welcome everyone to day 3 of Heritage Horizons Week. My name is Sabine Modini-Pound. I am the manager of the audience engagement team at Europeana Foundation, and it's my absolute pleasure to lead you through this day that's all about reuse. For the housekeeping, let me see if I can request control of the slides. Oh yes, it looks like I can. We have a little bit of housekeeping to do. So let me see if I'm clicking in the right direction now. So as this is purely an online program, we ask you to add your first and last name, of course, and please keep your program close. And when you aren't speaking, we ask you to mute your microphone to avoid background noise. You are very welcome to use your camera so we can see your faces. If you want to move around, please turn your camera off. And we've also added a couple of hashtags for you to use on social media if you want to share some impressions of the day or the week. Another very important thing to us is our Europeana Inclusive Engagement Guidelines. This is how we encourage everybody to have open, inclusive, thoughtful, and considerate conversations. So we invite you to click on the link to refresh your memory about our engagement guidelines. And of course, we'll also put them in the chat. And if you have any questions at any time, feel free to reach to our colleagues in the chat as well, who will be happy to help you. So as you can see, we've got a full day ahead of us. We will start off with Valentina Bacchi, Antonella Fraser, and David Iglesias Franch walking us through digitizing and reusing photographic heritage in 2D and 3D. This will be followed by a short break, and we will hear after the break from Alexandru Stan from 5D Culture and Marco Medici for XR Culture. We will break for lunch at that point. We'll probably have worked quite the appetite. And after lunch, we will start again with watching videos like a historian from Steven Stehos and Ivan Milovanov, followed by DigiCare and Reevaluate with Christina Kovaite, Rosa Maria Balladini, and Constantina Gutierrez. We will close with a pub quiz by our very own Adrian. So welcome everyone. We are already halfway through this week dedicated to diverse projects and exciting developments that enrich the common European data space for cultural heritage. At Europeana Foundation, we interact with audiences that reuse and enjoy cultural heritage for learning, as you can see here from this slide for a hackathon we had where students created a very fun VR game and won a prize. People also interact with cultural heritage for work, with this example of a photograph that made its way into a documentary about Monopoly in the US. And of course, people interact with cultural heritage just for fun with this very nice entry from our Give It Up annual competition that closed just earlier this month. And as we enter the 3rd year of our data space and accelerate its development, our ambitions for reuse just keep on growing. Earlier this week, we talked about cultural heritage as a public good, and it's crucial for us to create a trustworthy environment with no barriers to entry and to offer the widest range of reusable data, training, easy-to-use products and tools to, I've lost my place, to facilitate the broadest access possible to cultural heritage. Now, projects are strategically important and play a crucial role in fulfilling our ambitions. They bring together institutions of various sizes from various countries that can pool their expertise and tackle specific topics together. They can also help us reach interested audiences and raise the level of awareness for the data space. And of course, they help us to create practical use cases that could develop into solutions to progress towards our goals and increase the reach of cultural heritage data. Today, you will hear from projects that have or will explore strategies to encourage the preservation and ultimately the reuse of cultural heritage data. You'll hear about memory twins, digital transformation, new experiences. You will even have the chance to try on some hats. You'll see what postcards and tourism might look like in the future. You'll go behind the scenes and see how teachers can nurture critical thinking in their students using cultural heritage. And our last presentations will dive into projects driving the digitization of cultural heritage for minority groups in close collaboration with them. But before we move on to our first speakers, we would like to ask you 3 questions. So if you can scan the QR code on your screen or click through to menti.com, you can enter the code 8725 7667. That was 8725 7667. And the first question that you'll see is whether you've ever used an item or object from Europeana.eu for any purposes. Very nice. We've got more yeses than nos, which I'm happy to see. Okay. So we will move on to the second question. If yes, if you answered yes, for what purpose did you reuse an item or object from Europeana.eu? This is free text, so. Oh no, my apologies, it's a multiple choice. Okay. All right, we've got a really nice spread out responses. I am very curious about the something else category. Okay. And finally, our last question for you. We'd love for you to tell us more about what you did and if you have any comments on your experience. Very nice. A long time ago, a decal for your Kindle. Lovely. Shared it with friends. Very nice. A valuable source of trusted content. That's really good to hear. A workshop with students. Yes, very nice. The watching videos like a historian toolkit. Lovely. Publication. Documentaries. Yes. Okay, painting some works of art. Lovely. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your responses. That was very nice to see just a cross-section of the many different ways that you can reuse digital cultural heritage. And we hope that after today, you will feel inspired and empowered to reach out to potential new colleagues to explore collaborations, and of course, keep on working to advance the topic of reuse, so even more audiences and younger generations can engage with it and reuse it for learning, for work, or just for fun. So we will, at this point, move on to the first presentation of the day. And I will stop sharing. Okay, perfect. And I will now introduce the first speakers. So I would like to welcome Valentina Bacchi, Antonella Fraser, and David Iglesias Franch. Valentina Bacchi is a project manager at Photo Consortium, Europeana's thematic aggregator for photography. She's an expert in the management and dissemination of digital cultural heritage projects. Antonella is an ICT expert and vice president of the Photo Consortium Association. Antonella has been working on European collaborative projects since the 90s, and since 2002, specifically as technical coordinator and communication manager in projects around digital cultural heritage, digital preservation, and more. Valentina will first open and share an introduction, followed by Antonella to talk us about innovative methods and tools to digitize and give access to 3D cultural heritage objects, and how these objects can foster reuse. We will hear from David Iglesias Franch as well, the head of the Department of Photography and Audiovisual Records at Girona City Council, the president of the expert group in photographic and audiovisual archives at the International Council on Archives, and the president of Photo Consortium. David will give us insight in how the outcomes from the Eureka 3D projects have already made a real impact in the physical exhibition space of the Girona Cinema Museum. So Valentina, Antonella, and David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sabine. And let me see if I can control the screen. Yes, okay. So welcome to our session. Sabine already said everything about how this 1 hour and 15 minutes will unfold. So one thing that I would like to add is that at the end of the presentations by Antonella and David, we will have time for discussion, question and answers. So you are very welcome to add your questions in the chat, and at the end of the presentations we will take them. Yes, so briefly who we are. Photo Consortium is an international association devoted to the promotion of the culture of heritage photography. And we were founded in November 2014. So we are celebrating our 10th birthday, and we are really proud of the journey that we did in this period for really promoting and enhancing how photography and audiovisual heritage can be highlighted, showcased, delivered to users, and promoted. So indeed, we are doing a lot of efforts in the promotion, access and reuse of cultural contents, citizens' engagement, and education. And now you would think that photography, an image, is something that is intrinsically a 2D thing. But that is not exactly true. And in fact, following the digital transformation of our cultural heritage sector and the need for, exploring possibilities offered by 3D digitization and AR, XR technologies, we are also following these paths, and we are in particular coordinators of 2 projects that are data space supporting projects. So basically we are partners with Europeana in the data space for cultural heritage, and we are also supporting its development through these 2 projects. One is Eureka 3D. It is concluding in December 2024. So we are wrapping up the project. And the other one is Eureka 3D XR, which is a continuation project for Eureka 3D, and it will start in February 2025. Antonella will tell us more about these 2 projects, and David will dive into the real work done for exploring these possibilities and opportunities of 3D and AR XR technologies. Very briefly, something more about us. I said earlier that Photo Consortium is partner in Europeana. Precisely, we are the accredited aggregator of Europeana for photographic heritage. And through the network of our members, we delivered in Europeana nearly 500,000 records of different collections photographic heritage, and not only, that is really available for everybody to access and view and reuse it. In particular, about reuse, we are fully embracing this approach of Europeana to foster an as much open access as possible to these collections, because indeed it encourages users to reuse, to access, and to enjoy better these collections, which are of interest for all types of communities, all types of stakeholders. And together with this approach, we are also supporting, using, and disseminating the possibilities that Europeana platform offers for showcasing these heritage collections and the stories that are behind a photograph or behind cultural collections. So just a few words to tell you a bit of the work that we do for promoting and reusing heritage collections that are available online, and particularly photographic heritage. So the first thing that comes to mind when you talk about photography is an exhibition. And indeed, in the course of these 10 years of work, we've produced various photographic thematic exhibitions in a physical format, so really printing photographs and showcasing them in museums and other exhibition places, and also in virtual. And you can find a lot of virtual exhibitions in the Europeana website telling a lot of stories. And some of the stories that we talked about in our work at Photo Consortium relate to showcasing everyday life in the 19th century, that is the time where photography was born, or showcasing the stories from migration that is witnessed by photographs, portraits, and all these type of stories. We also showcased more local stories, also using crowdsourcing campaigns. So, for example, now in 2019, we organized an exhibition in Pisa. Pisa is the main location where the Photo Consortium headquarters are. And we collected family album and photographs from Pisa citizens to tell stories. The focus of the exhibition was the river Arno, that is the river of Pisa, to tell stories about the citizens and how the Arno is so deeply rooted, in the city culture. The third bullet point, you see it here, and it also opens to our colleagues of Euroclio. We try to reuse these collections in educational activities, also with students. So at the universities, we invite students to look at photographic heritage collections, to study about the history of a certain period or a certain place, or to really be creative with these collections. And also we reuse these collections in e-learning and other activities for education. In particular, we are present with our, let's say, partner page in the Historiana website. Historiana is a platform, I would say, a sister platform to Europeana, that really offers sources and ready-made educational activities for teachers and students. And finally, I would like to highlight this point on editorials, because how it is said, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this means that photographs tells a story, and these stories need to be shared to the community in ways that allows interested users or culture lovers or researchers to discover the stories and the contents that perhaps are not immediately coming to surface. And indeed, we regularly publish in Europeana blogs and galleries to showcase the collections. You see an arrow at the galleries here in the slide, because that is something I would like to briefly talk about. And the galleries in Europeana are really a very nice and easy to use tool for everybody to really create thematic groups of images on any theme that you would like to share. And it is very easy to use, very simple. It helps to acquire knowledge and discover stories and cultural resources, not only photographs, of course. You can search for everything in Europeana through a very easy browse and search and collection method that creates this thematic, let's say, groups of records that can be shared easily to other users in Europeana, or even publicly in the Europeana website. And it is something that is easy to do, also a little bit addictive, because Europeana is a very, very big, let's say, repository, not exactly a repository, but however, a very big access point to almost 50 millions of records. So any topic you might be interested in is certainly in Europeana. And the galleries are really simple, something that you can easily do. You just create an account, let's say, just by your email on Europeana, and you can access a very easy gallery builder tool, which was developed in the course of a couple of previous projects. And it is really easy to create a gallery by selecting the content that you like and adding a title and a catchy description. So I warmly invite all of you, if you haven't tested it yet, to try this tool and start creating your galleries in Europeana. It is really an easy way to reuse these heritage collections and help share the stories about any topic that you would like to highlight. And I think this is the end of my presentation. So I will now leave the floor to Antonella to talk a little bit more in depth about this journey that we are doing in the realm of 3D via these two projects, Eureka 3D and Eureka 3D XR. Antonella, the floor is yours. I will control the slides for you.
Thank you, Valentina, and welcome to everybody to this session. I hope that it will be interesting and suggesting new ideas for our work. Next, please. So I will start with just a picture of what is Eureka 3D. Eureka 3D stands for European Union's Reconstructed Content in 3D. It is a project co-funded by the Digital Europe program of the European Union. It started 2 years ago on the 1st of January 2023. And as Valentina already mentioned, the completion of the project is at the end of 2024. The coordinator is a photo consortium, and you heard about the photo consortium activities and who we are. There are more than 30 members from all over Europe that participate in the association, coming from the private and the public sector, representing picture libraries, museums, local administrations, research centers. And in Eureka 3D, this composed partnership is represented with CRDI, that is the center of the municipality of Girona, and you will hear from David more about CRDI. BIBRACT, that is an archaeological center of Cels civilization in Morvan, which is an altiplano in Bourgogne, in France. Also Grand Site de France, and this opens a reflection on the fact that the culture and the environment are two linked areas of research and development for our society. Museo della Carta, that is a small museum in the north of Tuscany, hosted by an historical factory of paper, where paper from all over Europe and the world was fabricated during the 1700s. The original factory hosts now the museum that exposes original printed papers with the brand of the big families in Europe and the wooden mold used for the construction, for the fabrication of this paper, and these molds have been digitized in Eureka 3D for the publication in Europeana. The Cyprus University of Technology, that is the author of the study on quality 3D digitization, commissioned by the European Union to provide clear, sound, and detailed indication on how to produce quality 3D. We are at the beginning of the 3D era for cultural heritage. It is similar to the beginning of 2000, when the museums started to enter into the internet with a jungle of different ways to digitize, to represent the museums online, and little by little, through platforms of guidelines and recommendations, projects, institutions, and supported by the European Union, a stable set of standards and common practices have been established. We are facing in this moment the same jungle of different developments in the 3D for cultural heritage, and the study authored by Cyprus University of Technology has been our reference, our light for the continuation on our work. But 3D is demanding the processing and the elaboration of a lot of data, and the data needs infrastructure, digital infrastructure, to be processed, stored, accessed, visualized, rendered. All this needs an infrastructure that is a combination of computing power, computing resources, and storage resources, with a layer of services that secure the access to these resources and manages all the services that are needed for the access to this data from users that are not IT people. For this purpose, we have two partners in Eureka 3D that are EGI, the European Grid Initiative, the Federation of the European Clouds Providers, and Cyfronet from the University of Krakow, that is the partner federated to EGI that has provided in Eureka 3D the computing and the storage resources to operate the services built, created by Eureka 3D. Then this environment made of cultural heritage institutions that are joining the 3D challenge, e-infrastructures, standards for digitization, questions of how process this data need a coordination. And to do this, we have in the consortium IMEC, that is a spin-off research center of the VUB in Brussels, which coordinates all the technical development in Eureka 3D. Naturally, Europeana Foundation is in the consortium to guarantee and to secure a correct integration of what happens in Eureka 3D with the developments of Europeana. Also, Europeana is developing, transforming, adopting its standards. Even the EDM is under elaboration to face with the 3D contents. So this is a very beginning of the story of the 3D. But I think that we have looked at the 3D from a very wide perspective, made of technology, capacity building, integration with existing platforms. So the objectives of Eureka 3D have been to support the cultural heritage institution in implementing high-quality 3D digitization, to deliver the Eureka 3D Data Hub of cloud services, so the cloud where the services are delivered to users, and to integrate the results in the data space for cultural heritage. There is a concept that we have developed through the development of Eureka 3D. That is, we don't want with the 3D for cultural heritage to look just to the geometric characteristics of an object. This has been the first approach to 3D in cultural heritage. We think that the 3D for cultural heritage is the creation of a memory twin, not just a digital with geometric information, but a memory twin where we capture history that exists behind the object, behind the geometry represented in the 3D model. So we preserve memory value and identity through our work. Next, please. Having introduced to Eureka 3D, just a few words about the technical delivery of Eureka 3D. Our approach is to address the different steps that exist from the stakeholders to the users. So first, we need, and we developed in Eureka 3D, the first edition of the Eureka 3D Data Hub. I say the first edition because this is a 2 years project, and 2 years are not enough to complete the work. We will continue in Eureka 3D XR and hopefully in new initiatives. The Eureka 3D Data Hub is a dedicated cloud-based service to preserve, manage, share data, metadata, and paradata generated during the 3D digitization. Here, there is a factor that is important to be taken into account. The most of the initial experiments on 3D for cultural heritage have been done using the Sketchfab cloud. Sketchfab is not a European cloud, first. Instead, we think that it is very important that the cloud hosting the efforts of the European cultural heritage institutions in investing their resources in 3D digitization in Europe, in a cloud that is in Europe. And this is not the case of Sketchfab. So this is the first consideration. The second consideration is that, so a European-based storage facility. The second consideration is that it is necessary to have a sound and reliable authentication and authorization system. And to do this, we know that there are many authentication and authorization systems, and we have to jump from one to the other, entering again our credentials, duplicating passwords, identities. Well, the solution that we have taken in Eureka 3D has been to use the authentication and the authorization.
Antonella, I think I should tell you that we've lost your audio for a second, so maybe you can check that.
No, we can't hear you.
My system says that...
yeah, now you're back.
Okay, so it's the line. Sorry. This is another consideration, is another a meta level of consideration. We are investing our resources for 3D digitization, and in the meantime, the lines, the connections in Europe are not the state of the art that we need. And we are missing one of the speakers of today because of the same problem in the UK. So even in Europe, not the European Union, they are experiencing the same problems. So I don't know where did you arrive, but European-based storage, authentication and authorization infrastructure that is shared among different areas of research and heritage, persistent identifiers, and this is something that is very much under the focus of Europeana too, and then the visualization tools. And the visualization tool is a critical step, because visualization is based on the format of the data representing the 3D model, and there are several visualization tools. But these visualization tools have two different challenges to be addressed. The format, because the standardization of the format for 3D is not completed. There are development ongoing. Where the data are, because the data are not in the server of the Cultural Heritage Institution or the cloud of the Cultural Heritage Institution, the data must stay in the same cloud that operates the visualization tool. So this means that the data are moved, replicated from the cloud of the Cultural Heritage Institution to the cloud of the visualization tool. For this reason, the European-based storage facility is so critical. And the third aspect is that there are private, copyrighted visualization tools that are clearly more advanced, because we are at the beginning of this story, of the story of 3D for cultural heritage, and there are open source visualization tools. And these open source visualization tools need further development. So these are some aspects that we have discovered to be very critical. And finally, full integration with the Europeana, including the exposition of the endpoint for harvesting of Europeana that is a part of the process of publication in Europeana. This is the Eureka 3D Data Hub. In parallel with this, we have done a large campaign of capacity building for high-quality 3D digitization through webinars, encounters in presence, a collaboration with international organizations, in particular with the ICA, the International Council of Archives, and we ran two series of seminars in 2023 and 2024. I invite you to visit the website of Eureka 3D Data Hub, because there are all the registrations and the presentations delivered during these webinars, very interesting, where we had the participation of hundreds of participants from all over the world. And I would invite you also to join the final conference of Eureka 3D that will run in December, on the 13th of December in Girona, as an hybrid event. Everything that has been digitized in Eureka 3D, 2D and 3D, because as mentioned by Valentina,
2D and 3D go hand to hand. When we think to tell stories, to create a memory twin, we need to have both 2D and 3D. So we digitize the 2D and 3D, and all of these contents are published in the data space for cultural heritage. So you can enter the space of Eureka 3D in Europeana, and you will find what has been already published and what is ongoing to be published in Europeana through the pipeline in the coming month. We conclude Eureka 3D in the 31st of December. What do we do with these contents, these 3D and 2D contents? We want to create extended reality experiences. And this is the focus of the next project that will start in February 2025, named Eureka 3D XR. Next, please. The basis of what we have done is to have a solid guidelines and good practice platform. And this platform is based on the study, the VG study of Cyprus University of Technology. Through the QR code, you can download the access to the study. That is a rather extensive volume complemented with the case studies, and we derived a booklet, a simple booklet. I have a copy here on my table that is named Steps to Success. So a few steps, very simple, to initiate cultural heritage institutions in the challenge of high quality 3D digitization of cultural heritage. As mentioned, we have content providers. The Bibracte Archaeological Site, Museo della Carta in Pescia, the Cyprus University of Technology with very large and complex digitization, and the Cinema Museum in Girona that will be described by David later after my presentation. Next, please. So in Bibracte, it's a site, we digitize the objects. But since it is a site, we also published in Europeana aerial views of the site. So this is a combination of 3D and 2D. Next, please. This is the location of Museo della Carta, the historical factory in Pescia, where we digitized wooden molds, and you see the pictures here. They are not so attractive from an aesthetic point of view, but they have been at the basis of the control on the quality production during the 1700s. And the pictures, documents, historical documents printed on the paper, produced very important historical documents and manuscripts printed on the paper produced in Pescia have been digitized, complementing 2D with 3D. Next, please. This is one example of the very complex digitization that has been carried out in Cyprus. It's a boat that during the last years has been very important for the economic development in Cyprus. But because of the changes in the regulation of fishing, it has been put out of work. But it represents an important phase of the economic development in Cyprus. So the municipality of Limassol, that
Antonella, I think we lost you again.
Yeah, sorry. The line.
You're back. Go ahead.
So
You're
the
muted.
boat has been digitized using both terrestrial laser scanning, drones, and the alienation between terrestrial and drones images in a very complex 3D model that is now published in Europeana and visualized in Europeana. The beauty of this is the connection with the boat that has been restored by the municipality of Limassol and that became a museum where the visitors, students, amateurs, tourists can look at the boat, visit the boat, access the data published on Europeana, and read the story of the boat in a multimedia application developed by Cyprus University of Technology. Next, please. Here I will not spend too many words because you will have a full description by David. Next, please. Again, there is a connection between images. We are surrounded by images. They are part of our daily experiences, information, study, enjoyment. So images, and where do they come from? From the photographic technology. This is the beginning of our story that is represented in the museum in Girona. And so that we have a connection with history, the memory twin, with physical place, the museum in Girona, with the 3D representation of the objects, the understanding of the mechanisms of the objects, and 2D images of the various printed products. Next, please. There is a question that we cannot forget, that 3D digitization is a question of complexity, because also the experience of the high-quality 3D digitization during Eureka 3D confirmed the importance of a rigorous quality assessment that is at the basis, the starting point, the essential step for creating the memory twin. Yeah, can you come back? No, back. So, quality is a key factor, and the quality means quality of data during the. Can you come back, Valentina? During the digitization.
Yeah, I'm trying.
So,
please go ahead.
Quality of data, but quality of metadata, the description of the digital object, and quality of a paradata. The concept of a paradata is new because in the 2D digitization was less critical. The paradata in the 2D digitization were simple. Which kind of equipment? Yes, for those interested, it was provided, but less important in the understanding of the data. In the paradata, in the 3D digitization, the paradata become essential because the paradata tells if the model has been produced by terrestrial devices or flying devices, which were the conditions during the digitization. The wind for the flying devices, the light, the reflection during the terrestrial digitization. So paradata became essential. And all of this is discussed in the study of Cyprus University of Technology. And paradata means the requirements of the stakeholders, what the stakeholders want to do with the 3D digitization. Are they producing a 3D digitization for the museum, for research, for restoration, for students to complement their material? These are different scopes. for the elaboration of extended reality applications. So the requirements must be set at the beginning. It is not enough to say high resolution, as we said in 2D. In 2D, we described the resolution, and that was the quality. Here, there are other parameters. The project, who has done, which are the standards, if there are and there have been during the digitization accessibility obstacles. To digitize the 3D presents obstacles that did not exist at the same level of intensity in the 2D digitization. If we wanted to digitize an object from the museum, we have to take it out from the teca, to put it in a place where the technological partners can go around, can move the object. You know that the objects in the museums are not easy to be moved and manipulated by humans. If the site that we want to digitize is outside, there are problems with the weather, the humidity, the lights, the wind, if we are using flying scanners. So problems that are more complicated in the 3D. Similarly, the object is made of material. It's already in the 2D, we started to see that the kind of painting and techniques used by the painters have impact on the result of the digitization. In the 3D, this is multiplied, is exponential, because there is not only the texture of the object, there is the material that constitute the object, inside or outside, indoor or outdoor. The team needs to have all these competencies, because if we are digitizing a fragile object or an object subject to deterioration, then it is necessary to have the expertise in the team to deal with this material, and so on and so forth. Next, please. As I said, we have a problem to be addressed that is the environmental, where the digitization is taking place, the software, the hardware, the formats, the pre-processing eventually. Because when the digitization is completed, then we have to put together what comes from terrestrial laser scanning, what comes from flying scanning, the surface, the image of the surface. So the combination of the photogrammetric laser scanning, texture, quality of the material, reflection problems, all this needs a pre-processing to obtain the 3D cultural heritage. So it's a question of complexity. Next, please. A lot of investment. During the recommendation of 2021, the European Union has recommended to member states increase in the number of digitization, improve your efforts in digitizing all the cultural heritage at risk. A vast majority of cultural heritage most visited. Yes. And then when supposed that we will manage to respond effectively to this recommendation, what do we do with this 3D digitization? Because that is a lot of investment, a lot of complexity problems to be addressed. Well, something that we are experiencing in Eureka 3D exam is to reuse the results of this 3D to produce extended reality experiences. This is another project co-funded by Digital Europe program. It will start on the 1st of February. It lasts 18 months. It is coordinated by Photo Consortium, and the partners are more or less the same that we had in Eureka 3D XR, but we had to add to the partnership the organizations that are able to develop the XR application. And these are Swing IT, that is an SME in Catania, a spin-off of the University of Catania, experienced on the use of AI, artificial intelligence techniques for manipulating, enriching, complementing existing 3D with virtual elaboration in 3D of documentation from archives. Mira Lab in Switzerland that will work together with the Cyprus University of Technology on producing holographic speaking characters, reproducing a live environment with human beings interacting virtually with visitors. And the Technical University of Athens that will collaborate with the BIBRACT Archaeological Center for producing an experience of what happens in an archaeological center, to bring the users into the practices of archaeology research. So the objectives of Eureka 3D XR to synthesize are to transform cultural content, and they are 2D, 3D, videos, text, maps, stories, into extended reality scenarios. To deliver 3 extended reality scenarios to the Europeana Common Data Space for Cultural Heritage, and this is not trivial. It is not just to send a file, because we do not have a standard for XR experiences. So we have to discuss with the Europeana, that is, Europeana Foundation is a member of the consortium of the Eureka 3D XR, how to represent with the data in Europeana the XR experience. And then, naturally, to continue the effort to strengthen the capacity of the cultural heritage institutions. And for this purpose, we have in the consortium MEMO, that is an organization from the Flanders that has already delivered capacity building to the Flemish cultural heritage institutions with the successful projects, and we have a partner that is dedicated to capacity building. Next, please.
Yeah, just a heads up about timing, Antonella. It's 11:45.
Can you go next, please? There are 3 scenarios, as mentioned, in Girona, in BIBRACT, and in Cyprus. Next, please. In Girona, the idea is to take material from the archives and to complement this material from the archives with the 3D digitization of what exists about the medieval walls of Girona. Next, please. These walls do not exist completely anymore because due to the urbanization of the city, part of them have been destroyed, but the memory of what exists is in the archives. So we are creating a memory twin that put together 3D contents, the models of towers, bastions, sections of walls of the city of Girona still existing, videos, films of the walls before the destruction, to the records, photographs, maps, documents, interviews. So all this is given in the hands of the SME from Catania that, applying AI techniques, will generate an experience of the medieval walls of Girona. Next, please. BIBRACT, as I said, is a site. So this is a view from the top. Next, please. Here, the idea is that we have models of the land, models of the building remains, models of objects, models of the museum, because this site has a museum with the remains, films of the cells, walls, constructions, so films that tells the story of how the walls of the cells were constructed, and they were incredible. A structure of wood linked with iron nails, covered, made compact with soil, with ground, and covered by stones, impossible to be destroyed. And this is why the Romans had the problems in conquering the cells. We have a facsimile of all the documents, maps, geographical prospective maps, 2D and 2D plus for ground produced with the ground penetrating radar. All this will be composed in an interactive application produced by NTUA, the National Technical University of Athens, to tell how an archaeological research center works. Again, it's not the geometrical representation of a site like a toy, it's a memory twin. Next, please. And the third is a cave where San Neophytos lived as an eremit with his monks. This cave have been depicted with frescoes that have been digitized by Cyprus University of Technology with the collaboration with the Mira Lab. Inside this cave, monks and saints will tell their story, and will tell their stories again using AI technologies to reproduce the voice of the monks that tell the story based on the documentation, ancient medieval documentation that is in the archives. Next, please. Okay, models of the tomb, of the cells, of the oratory, films of the hermitage, archival documents, manuscripts, digitization of the frescoes, and the synthetic voice of the monks and the saints reproduced with the AI techniques by Mira Lab. Next, please. Well, we have 3 types of impacts that we want to assess during our project. Innovation, that is to move research and experimental outcomes to a larger scale. Operational impact, that means to improve the processes internal to the cultural heritage organizations, and the social impact, to affect stakeholders and the wider society with the benefits, taking advantage of the benefits coming from these digital applications, bringing the changes into beneficial aspects for improving the quality of life of the citizens. Next, please. Now, I think that I will go faster through innovation impact next and operational impact, because we have already talked a lot about this. Social impact. Here, next. I think that we will look at educational purposes, and Valentina has already mentioned the collaboration with the Euroclea and Historiana that for us remain a key aspect of our activity. Tourism, cultural tourism, and there will be a workshop hosted at Euromed on the 3rd of December in Cyprus about cultural tourism and digital technologies. Culture per se, the understanding of the values of a culture that go beyond the number of visitors, the figures on the improvement of the number of visitors in a museum. Culture is something that should penetrate our society that should defend democracy, that should tell about our past history and to understand what is happening today and envisage the tomorrow society, arts and creative sectors, and the local development, the capacity of small destinations to improve their visibility in the digital world. Next, please. As three concluding remarks. First, digitization is a scientific process. It requires carefully preparation tasks, complexity analysis, preliminary study of the working conditions for the digitization, understanding of the requirements of the cultural heritage institutions that enter into this challenge. This is a fundamental. It's an expensive activity. We have to be certain what we are doing and for whom. And the collaboration between areas of experts who come from different domains. So the collaboration with sound technological partners, IT and other sciences. Second remark, reuse. There is a big potential that, however, to be unlocked requires new approaches and further understanding. To do this, we need infrastructures that should be solid and accessible. To develop methodologies made of standards that are trustable. Standards that are able to trace also the authenticity of the document. And this could open the floor for a new project. Third remark, digital transformation needs new capacities, and the new capacities are made of improvements in the IT and the network. For cultural heritage institutions, even small institutions. Awareness of the new opportunities by the stakeholders, those who provide the contents and those who use the digitized content. And a solid understanding of the needs of the users, being them students, teachers, tourism organizations, artistic practitioners, cultural heritage, creative industries, and so on and so forth. And I have finished. Next, please. I invite you to follow us on the website, on the blog, on the social. Through the website, you will find the links to the social. And we wanted to express again our thankfulness to the European Union for funding the two projects.
Thank you very much, Antonella, for this very interesting presentation of how 3D is not only a 3D, but it is really an opportunity for cultural heritage institutions and for all the stakeholders and the reusers of cultural heritage collections. Now I will give the floor to David. David, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Hello.
so I will. Hi, thanks for joining, and I will now give back the control, and you can take control of the screen as you prefer. So from the top bar, you see there are options, and you can request remote control of the screen.
Okay,
Perfect.
I have it.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good morning, everybody. I think the Eureka 3D project has been very well explained by Antonella. So I will now focus on the reuse of the audiovisual heritage that we've been digitized during these 2 years in the framework of this project. I would like to highlight the importance that the project considered the audiovisual heritage, because this is something essential to understand our visual culture nowadays. So this is something that started mainly in the 18th century, and the use and reuse of images in order to explain, understand the world, enjoy, etc. So has been something essential, central part of our culture. So this was very welcome, and I think the results are very satisfactory. So I would like to start, with a personal experience. 2 weeks ago, I attended a show in a small city north of Catalonia that was based on the use of shadows, that is popularly known as Chinese shadows. And in this show, as you can see in the images, you have a narrative, a story on the screen when you saw the images. The story is Frankenstein, this book written by Mary Shelley and so popular. We all know about this. At the same time, you could see the actresses, these 3 women that worked on the use the image to project these shadows, and also they were part of this show. They use their body. They were part of the shadows, as you can see in the image below. So this was a very simple spectacle from the technical point of view, because the images were projected using an overhead projector. So it was simple, but it fascinated all of us, because our brain work when see images, and there were these so beautiful images from the aesthetical point of view, and this narrative of a story that already we already knew. But all of people there, it took our attention, and all people there, I think, were satisfied with this show. So when we went back home with the children, we didn't talk about Frankenstein, because there is nothing new to say about this, but we talked about the techniques. And I can explain that the overhead projector is something that you use at the university in the 80s and 90s, and actually something that is already used, or at least it's known. So if you go to internet, there are plenty of images, and some of them are adapted to digital also. But we focus mostly on the shadows, because this spectacle of shadows is something that comes from the Far East, and it's known since the 10th, 11th century, and probably is older than this, but it arrived to Europe in the 18th century. So what is Chinese shadows? In this sense, we can go, I can tell to my children to go to Europeana, and then you can understand better what is a shadow theater, because we have this 3D reproduction, and in these images we can go and see the details. This is one type of these shadow theaters. We can go on the back and see the principle of the shadows. You have bulb light. You have the paper with the black silhouettes, the roll paper that can be moved, because you have 2 handles in front that can be manually moved. And there are the images of these athletes, sportsmen. So they are moved during the representation. So this is an example of how you use, from a pedagogical point of view, this tool. So we have this object digitized with all the details, and that can be seen from different points of view. But in the same time, we can see that there are other objects, and they correspond to the same practice that are these shows of the 18th, 19th century. And all these objects that are in Europeana are part of these origins of the visual culture. And there you can see, for example, the peep show boxes. People went there and they look the wall from a hole. This expression or something like this means that, okay, I take the control, sorry. No? Okay, I continue. So you have these optical views, so you can travel just looking the images, and that was something new, something that happened at that period. But you also have other, excellent, thank you. You have other objects like kinora, philoscope, mutoscope, all these devices that let you see a motion picture, and it's based mainly on photography. And as the papers pass so quick, you have the illusion of movement. You can also look at these stereoscopic views that let you see a 3D image, something that happened since mid 19th century. We are now focused on this, but as it was already explained in one of the editorials by John Balian, this already existed with this stereoscopic technique. There are also zoetropes that it's like a toy. And mainly there are magic lanterns. Why? Because magic lanterns were the main spectacle. And it was really what the technique used before the cinema. So you go to the magic lanterns and you can see a big variety of them. I took control again. Sorry. So this is why we wrote an editorial dedicated to magic lanterns, because at the beginning these lanterns were magic. This is why they are called this way, because people couldn't understand why they could see image movement, and some of them have two optics, so they can generate effects. And one of them that are called phantasmagories, they were used to create scaring feelings. So people were in a dark room and they projected images of phantom with sounds, noise, smoke. They created this immersive experience, something that sounds new, but it's something that existed from the beginning. So for a good understanding of this, we put all together in a chronology of audiovisual heritage, something that we did together with the International Council on Archives. And in this resource, you have all these objects, all these techniques put together. For example, if you go to the decade of 1890s, and at the end, and in 1895, you know that it started the cinema with the cinematograph Lumière that have been 3D digitized in this project. But 4 years before, there was the kinora, the kinetoscope, and this is for individual use. But you also were able to look a cinema film, and this was created by Thomas Alva Edison. So we put all these things together, and with the use of 3D now, but it's multimedia. There are 2D images, there are many videos, etc. So the next step, when you have all this content, you have the 3D models, you have the understanding of all this, then the next step is to create an immersive experience, participatory experience. And that's what we propose for an exhibition in 2020 in Barcelona where we exhibit our daguerreotype collection. Daguerreotype, you know, is the first image, unique image that cannot be reproduced, the first photographic image, sorry. So in this exhibition, we had the intention to create a digital lab, daguerreotype lab, as we have the lab with all the objects, daguerreotype lab, and we also have the daguerreotypes. So we wanted to use the 3D glasses in order to work on the creation of daguerreotype. So in this resource that you can download here, you can go step by step and you give the instructions. Now you prepare the plate, all this stuff, then you make the capture of the man, and then you develop it with using mercury, etc. And then you frame it somehow. So this is already existing, but not using glasses, because 2020 was COVID times. So we were not allowed to do this, but the concept is the same. But I must say something else, because after 4 years, we have all these models digitized. We don't create these models, we digitize it in Eureka 3D. So the camera of the daguerreotype, the case for the mercury development, all the 20 pieces that are part of this lab are now digitized. And the daguerreotypes are also, all this is in Europeana, and now we are ready to go the next step. And next step is to create something like this using glasses. And this this in the image you see, this slide, is what I experimented in Montevideo 1 month ago when I was there. They did the same, but using a street camera, what it's called in Spanish, camera of minuteros, that is take the picture in a minute, means something like this, where the photographer take the picture and then they develop the image inside the camera. First the negative, then it captured from the negative the positive, and everything is done inside, putting your hand inside the camera. So this experience is very good, and it helps very much to understand how it works. Otherwise, it's difficult. So you go to a historical place in the city of Montevideo with a camera that have been 3D digitized, and you develop the image, you capture, you do all the process. So this, I think, is a good example on how to proceed in the reuse, in this case, mainly for pedagogical use. And to finish, this is, sorry, before I would like to say something else. Because this happens because we have the collection. We cannot forget this. This is the main thing. There was a man that in the 60s, 70s, went around the world. They bought all the objects that were interesting for things. He had the knowledge on this, and he created this amazing collection of pre-cinema and early cinema. This is something we cannot forget. We preserve this, and from this we can create new things. And there is this knowledge related to this period, to these objects, to the users of these objects, to the shows. And this is something important, as Antonella mentioned, because we are not talking of digital twins. That doesn't make sense. We talk about memory twins. The interest is in all this story that we know, all this knowledge that was created related to the objects. And when we have all this, and we have all this, then we are ready to explore the virtual experiences. And so now we are ready to explore. And this is what is XArt about, is to explore. In this case, as Antonella mentioned, for CRDR, it won't be about audiovisual. We will continue with press cinema and doing our things. But in this project, we will focus on the walls. And the same, we don't start from nothing and just create a show, a spectacle, go there and it's impressive. No, there is a long way to arrive to this point. And I show you, for example, how we use aerial photographs from the 90s, the cadastre of the city of the 90s, where on the pictures, on the image, on the photographs, for every building there is written the number of flats. So we are able to create these volumes. And we show here in a map, in a current map, and using the aerial photographs of the 60s, the volumes of the buildings that existed at that time. And we isolate the image on the right, the historical city where the walls are. And from this, we will create these new images. And we had also experimented something about this. In 2002, we created these images in a video, and even it looks a bit naive or artificial. But we worked on this. We know exactly where was every tower, the height of the walls, every detail. So already we had this done this research previously. And now you see on the right side, we have these real images recorded. For example, this in the beginning of the Civil War in 1936. So we know how this image, this is a film, but we have all the photographs, all the collection that will let us know using technology and with the right partners to create this, recreate or to show the walls in a very realistic way. And I think that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, David. And yes, I cannot agree more on the fact that really to preserve this heritage in museums, in archives is super relevant in order to really, maintain the stories and the memories that these objects represent. I mentioned at the very beginning of my introduction that we would be welcoming questions, but I don't see many questions in the chat. So perhaps I would like to give the floor to back to Antonella for a very brief concluding remarks and greetings, just 1 minute before we go on the coffee break. Antonella, are you happy to conclude?
Thank you very much, Valentina. And thank you for everybody who attended the session. We are at your disposal. We gave both Valentina and myself our email contacts on the chat. Please follow us online on the website, the blog, the social, and look at the next events, in particular the workshops hosted at Euromed on the 2nd and the 3rd of December. On the 2nd of December, there is a workshop on 3D. On the 3rd of December, there is a workshop on cultural tourism and how to connect these two aspects. That, as far as I read just this morning, it is in the recommendation of the European Commission for the development of the data space for cultural heritage. And last but not least, the final conference in Girona, where we hope to see you in presence and online. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Antonella. And I give the floor back to Sabine, I guess.
Yes. Thank you very much, Valentina, Antonella, and David. This was really a fascinating exploration that showed how the possibilities of 3D are really building on the heritage already digitized. And that's how you're actually creating those memory twins and immersive experiences. And it was also lovely to see people asking for your contact details to get in touch later. It's now 11:30, time for our next presentation. Alexandru, are you here?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
I can hear you. I'm going to assume that others can as well. So, Alexandru, let me introduce you. You are the innovation manager at IN2, Digital Innovations. You have a background in software engineering, and you're leading the research and innovation projects at IN2. Since 2007, I've also noticed you've collaborated in over 25 EU-funded projects, most recently Weave and Culture Moves, both coordinated by IN2. So, Alexandru, the floor is yours to tell us about 5D culture.
All right, thank you very much. So let me check if I can move the slides. Do I need to request access to move the slides? Yes, request remote control. Sorry about that. So I'm just requesting this now. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had time to get a good strong coffee because we have still a big session ahead of us. It's my pleasure to introduce to you some reuse scenarios about 3D cultural heritage content, which have stemmed out of the 5D culture project. I'm trying to see if yeah, here we go. 5D Culture is a project, also a support project for the Common Cultural Heritage Data Space. Although I am giving this presentation, I am doing this on behalf of a large consortium and really wonderful partners that have worked really together to bring out this really nice outcomes. And you can see them from different angles. I'm going to describe a bit more the details of the project in a bit, but before we get started with that, let's check something very quickly. So it's an opportunity that you can get out your mobile phones if you have one handy, but you can also use the code here on menti.com. And I have only a very quick question, which is just going to read it out. Have you heard about the 5D culture project already? So that's also a nice opportunity for me to understand a bit more. So some results are coming in. So far, most people have not heard about it. So more results are coming in. Yes, it seems that it's a new project for you. Glad to see that. All right. So I have a couple of results here. It seems that most people either haven't heard about it at all or have heard once but don't know much about it. So that's great because it will be my pleasure to give you a couple more details about it. Here we go. Now, a couple of basic facts about the 5D Culture project. The full title, Deploying and Demonstrating a 3D Culture Heritage Space. We started in January 2023, so we are and having a duration of 24 months. We are just now basically going to wrap up the entire project. In terms of what it had planned, basically, well, the main aim was to enrich the offer of 3D digital cultural heritage assets, tools, and know-how in the data space for cultural heritage, and very importantly, foster the reuse in different domains. The consortium, 12 partners, into as the coordinator and with the participation of Europeana, especially in the aspect related to the capacity building. Excuse me. We had then a number of, let's say, also more technical partners, starting with Fondazione Bruno Kressler, with Inception, brought from Italy, Arctur from Slovenia, and the Time Machine organization. And then we have also had in the consortium a number of partners that are, let's say, closer to the different use cases in which the reuse has been demonstrated, namely the Central Museum in Utrecht, Sound and Vision in the Netherlands as well, the Discovery Program in Ireland, the University of Jaén, and two thematic aggregators, the European Fashion Heritage Association and Carrare, that have been really instrumental in supporting the activities related to aggregation of content to Europeana. Now, if we're going to look at work packages, no, sorry, no work packages. I'm just going to just say a couple of words about the reuse dimensions that I was mentioning previously. So we have in the 5D Culture project had content from different domains, most specifically fashion, archaeology, and historic buildings and cityscapes. And we have reused this in different domains, namely education, interactive and virtual museum experiences, preservation, tourism, and creative industries. And now I will go into the details of these different scenarios. I will start off with 3D fashion content reuse and the case of the virtual try-on in a museum. So what was this about? We wanted to explore how 3D fashion content can enhance visitors' experience and engage them not only in the museum but also outside. And we wanted to experiment with new XR technologies like augmented reality applied to fashion collections and understand a bit better the implications and the best practices that are related to this, especially with regards to digitizing and giving access to 3D digital fashion content, because this was really something that was unknown by the different partners. And who were the different partners that were involved in this pilot scenario? Well, we had the European Fashion Heritage Association that was coordinating in a way this activity, and the Central Museum in Utrecht, with the support of National Bruno Kressler as a technical partner. There was a bit of preparatory work to be done in the beginning. So we had to define, of course, the type of content and the format of the pilot. What kind of AR experiences are we talking about? What kind of technologies? So we decided to focus on hats from the historical collection of the Central Museum, and we used a web-based approach for an augmented reality virtual try-on using the mobile phone or basically any device with a camera. The approach has been actually both to have something mobile for the visitor to take home basically and to access outside the museum, but inside the museum we also looked at how this can be brought into the exhibition, and we experimented basically with digital mirror, what we call digital mirror, and with QR codes on different, let's say, postcards. The main more technical task related to the preparation of the content were really very detailed and focused on a number of key aspects, more specifically optimization of the 3D assets for use in such an AR environment. So here we had to optimize the geometry and the textures of those items, and of course develop the AR application itself. Just to give you a very brief, let's say, hint into what this meant, these items that were previously digitized by the museum, they were really high quality, and for the augmented reality application, this was just too much. So we had to look into how much can we reduce basically the number of polygons and the textures in order to make it suitable for such an application. One of the things that we learned in this process is precisely this aspect of how low can we go in terms of scanning quality so that we can reuse this items efficiently. How can we treat specific materials and shapes, especially because in some cases some of the hats really had difficult materials like feathers, for instance. So that was really a challenge to digitize, and we learned a lot of valuable lessons along this this line of work here. A brief overview of the different hats and a pair of glasses that were selected for this application. And now comes the more fun part of this particular presentation, where you get to try this yourself. So again, you can get out your phones and you can scan this QR code, and you can try on this wonderful hat that was worn by Pharrell here in a recent concert. And you can see it here being worn by myself and Elisa, another partner from our 5D project. So take a moment and give this a try. In the meantime, I will just play a video in case you don't have a mobile phone at your disposal immediately, so you can see a little bit how this would look like. So you get a bit of information about what the different hats are, what's the historical context, and you, of course, get to try them out. With Marco here as our model. So I hope you had a bit of fun. And of course, at the very end, you can take a selfie, and you just need to enter your email, and you can receive that in your inbox. All right. Just for the sake of time, I will proceed now, and maybe say a couple of words about how this was received in the museum context, because this augmented reality experience has also been added in an exhibition called Mode Chapeau in the Central Museum in Utrecht. So it ran from the beginning of May until the end of September, so for a couple of months. Basically, this kind of virtual mirror was installed in one of the rooms where also the hats were on display, so you could see the physical objects there, but then really try them on just next to it, which was a really wonderful type of added value, let's say, for the museum experience. I see here a couple more photos from this. It received really a lot of positive feedback, which gives a strong indication that this type of let's say augmented reality experience to enhance the actual visit and also take it home is really something that museum visitors are interested in. That was one of the scenarios in fashion. Now I'm going to say a couple of more words about the another scenario, which looked at how to bring fragile collections together in a virtual museum visit through virtual reality, and more specifically to social virtual reality. So what was the main aim of this? We wanted to reuse 3D material more sustainably and think of accessibility. Some of the collection items that we wanted to use in this exhibition were really fragile, and it would have been really impossible to, or very, very difficult to logistically move from one place to another. So we decided to use social virtual reality technology as a new means of storytelling for cultural heritage institution. some of the partners here, again, the European Fashion Heritage Association, the Central Museum, and of course Sound and Vision, which was the main leader behind this scenario. But we engaged also externals like the Modern Muse Network that provided more assets, CWI to support with the social VR technology, and very talented designer and the curator of experiences that helped us with the storytelling aspect for this particular exhibition. The museum pieces that were used here, you have a couple of examples. So they were mainly historical garments. You can see some of the pictures of this here, and you can see that they're really coming from different museums along this network. And then we had a number of specific needs that we had to address with the setup. So first of all, we had to be mindful that visitors will not be familiar, most likely, with VR technologies. This was part of a survey that we did. So they have very little time to understand the rules of VR technology, and they also need to relearn the existing rules about museums, because in the virtual reality setting, you can really go inside the item, you can blow it up, you can really try out different things. So you no longer sit at a distance, but you are actually encouraged to interact more closely. Of course, as I mentioned, wanted to combine items from the collections, wanted to tell a story. So we mixed in the 3D dresses also with other audiovisual materials available in the archive of Sound and Vision that would really bring up the context of this entire collection. And at the end, we had a gamified social experience where the two participants that were able to go into the exhibition at the same time would be able to play together a game to see how much have they learned through this experience. And I have now a very short video which I won't play maybe.
People are going in social VR on a journey, and it's a journey of fashion design, and it shows the transformation of how fashion design used to be shaping the body, and how nowadays fashion designers have opted for new techniques where the body is shaping the fashion. And that transformation, that journey of how we got there, is what people will experience in social VR.
Right now we're in one spot testing this social VR, but in the end I think the purpose of social VR is that you can actually broaden your spectrum. So imagine having one person in Rome in a museum going into the same experience as people here in Hilversum, seeing the same things, having a connection between each other. So I think if you go international, if you can have this shared experience all over the world, it will definitely make people connect in a different way to art.
So I hope that gave you a bit of an idea of how this also was received by the people there. This was a 3-day installation at the premises of Sound and Vision in Hilversum in the Netherlands, and it was really something that was booked out. So it was also a small waiting list even. And we saw that it was really very well received by most of the participants that would that chose to come to this virtual exhibition. I'm going very quickly, so I apologize for this. And we will jump now gears into a different domain, namely that of archaeology. And I will speak first of all a bit about the reuse of high quality 3D models and the case for the Brunabon World Heritage Site. Here a number of partners were involved, but most importantly it was the Discovery Program in Ireland, the Centre for Archaeology and Innovation Ireland, with the big support of Carrare, Inception, Actor, and Intu. The starting point here has been a number of models and data that were gathered quite a few years ago, and they were reprocessed in order to really increase the quality of the 3D models that were then generated. So this really showcased that keeping, let's say, the raw data there is very important, because it really allows you later to exploit new advances in technologies and software in order to create better, more detailed models. Couple of instances of the model collection. So you see it's a lot of Neolithical stones and artifacts here. Also a big mound. This is the one at Newgrange, and there were scans done of the entire site that were reprocessed, as well as scans of the inside of this, which were also reprocessed as well, and now you could see them in much higher quality here. After this work has been done, there was also a bit of new data being captured, which really helped to allow us to focus not only on the entire archaeological site, but also the individual stones, each of those in particular. So you have a couple of examples of what this has resulted in. And this was very important on the one hand for conservation. So it should be mentioned that visitors are not allowed actually to go inside there. So it's a site which is closed, and using basically this kind of an approach with 3D digitization. This makes it really accessible for everyone. I'm always having a bit of an issue to move the slide when it's video playing. So one aspect that the Discovery Program has looked at was conservation, but another important aspect was creative arts, and there were a number of experiments done in terms of how the patterns that were on those stones were being used by artists for own creative expressions, how they were used by game developers as well. There were also experiments with prints of the 3D model with molds, and what you could do with that, such as for instance printing chocolates, or using this on t-shirts as a creative industry business. So there were very nice experiments here, and also something related to tourism. More on this a bit later as well. And finally, we had also something that was related to visitors that have visual disabilities, with blind visitors who could use 3D prints of the monument in order to understand better, and they had headphones for an inclusive experience tour. That's the very, let's say, short overview of this particular pilot here. And we'll move now a bit into the educational domain and look at how 3D archaeologists can be used there with children of different ages. This was a pilot which was led by the University of Jaén, the Institute of Archaeology of Iberic Archaeology there, with the collaboration of Carrare and this little tiny fellow here that is walking happily. The aim here has really been to look at how to create education material that is more immersive, interactive, and inclusive. So using new techniques and 3D digitization of archaeological objects, heritage, in order to foster this. Now, one thing to note is that in the approach that was used here, yes, there were 3D models being used, but they were part of a broader context. So you see here at the very center is actually this aim of inclusive historical archaeological information and reconstruction with 3D, but also illustration, description, references, links, audio files, and photos, all being part of this kind of a toolkit. And this is an example when it comes to one particular heritage object. And actually you see the tiny wolf also here in my hand as a 3D print. What was done? There were many workshops and lessons done with students of different ages. Both primary 6 to 10 years old, secondary 14 to 18, but also university students with different types of activities planned, which were adjusted to their needs and capabilities, of course. Just a short video to give you an idea of one such workshop here.
Within the 5D Culture Project, a collection of 3D models representing the culture of the Iberians has been used to implement inclusive and egalitarian approaches to reusing 3D models across various educational levels. 2 workshops were specifically designed and tested for this purpose by the University of Jaén. The Iberians in 3D workshop offered students a unique tactile, visual and virtual experience, introducing them to the process of creating 3D models in a fun and accessible way. The Iberians ex Votis workshop explored the Iberian religious practices. Through the use of 3D models in different scales and materials, the workshop guided participants on a tour focusing on key aspects such as size, clothing, types of offerings, and the significance of divinity.
Sorry about, I was a bit too quick, so I hope that gave you a bit of an idea of what one such workshop, how one such workshop was conducted, and there were, you see in this slide, a bit of an overview of the different things. And this week also, I would have to say that there is also an exhibition in the archaeology museum there. A bit more, let's say, impressions from some of these workshops, so you could see the type of activities that children were able to do. You will notice that what was explored a lot in this in these activities were the 3D prints of the different Iberian models. And here you will see that they look differently because there were also some experiments with how to use different processes to simulate aging of these artifacts. And especially for kids, this was very nice because you could print them in a large format. You could also have this available that they could be painted. So it was very engaging and a lot of fun for the participants, really enticing them to learn more about their culture. And also to think about research. That was another aspect. Here's something about the use of these 3D prints as 3D puzzles as well. And a couple more about some workshops that also explored some excavations. Now, just this week, there is an inclusive experience, Touch, See, Listen, an inclusive experience with heritage of the Iberians in 3D. This is in Jaén, so if you are thinking of going somewhere, you might want to go there for the next couple of days. I will now jump gears again and look and at the aspect of buildings and how 3D models of historic cityscapes can be used for 4D exploration. So this is something that was led by the Time Machine organization with the challenge of reusing this 3D data of historic buildings and cityscapes, looking at four different cities, actually: Amsterdam, Zion, Jena, and Dresden. Of course, as partners here, we had the Time Machine organization with the local partners, members of the Time Machine itself. A little bit of a focus on the data here, and I will be very brief because already yesterday this was at least to a certain extent presented by Sander in a bit more detail, and his colleague Dominic. We really looked at this kind of building models, which were very many, and we developed a specifically designed 3D modeling pipeline and a dedicated pipeline for Zenodo storage. I really invite you to look at the session presented yesterday, the recordings when they will be available, to see more details about this. About the Zenodo toolbox, I have also here a QR code that you can scan in order to access basically the tutorial of how to use this. So this was something really innovative that allowed you to create, update, and manage records using the Zenodo API. So for all those that are looking for a way to have a permanent storage, and they and just get a permanent identifier for their 3D models that they want to then share, for instance, also on Europana. This is a possible solution for that. Then there were different ways in which this was reused, but most importantly, it was done through this 4D browser that the Time Machine organization has developed. And there was a very nice exhibition using a multi-touch table in Dresden, where a lot of people have been engaged. There were also some other experiments, as you could see here. I'm not going to go into the details of this. I'll maybe show very briefly a small video about the 4D browsing, just to give you an idea of what is possible. Basically, it allows users to explore cities in 4 dimensions, jumping between historical pictures and historical views of how the city has evolved over time, using, of course, this archive material, which is at the disposal. And of course, when 3D models of specific buildings are available, this really can make this entire experience come to life. In the interest of time, I will just go forward and maybe highlight a bit of this achievement. So there were really many people that stopped by and used this application to browse through Dresden. We really had a lot of models that were aggregated into the data space, and we managed to have this experience in many different European countries. Now, in a way, final reuse scenario that we have explored in 5D culture have been related to cultural tourism and storytelling. Namely, we looked at how postcards could be reimagined. Here it was Artur from Slovenia and Intu as the main partners involved, but we had, of course, a lot of local support from 2 of the local museums and the tourism office of Slovenia. So the goal here has been to give a boost to the cultural tourism of a small destination, because small destinations, they struggle to capitalize with this potential of cultural heritage. So they're looking for things which are easy to implement, and it's not always obvious what these are. Their budgets are not very large, so we have to be very effective, and reuse therefore is very critical. And they are competing, of course, with large destinations, so they are really interested to understand how to attract their attention and to build relationships with their visitors, and how can they have innovative ways to market a destination, especially through digital stories. The approach that we did, and we focus as a case study on Idrija, Slovenia. This is a small town with a mining heritage. There was an old mercury mine there. And we developed a micro storytelling campaign using existing 3D content. They had 3 different large mining heritage objects which were previously digitized in high quality in 3D. And we developed a low-cost package together with the destination management organization and the local heritage institutions there, that could be given out, could be mailed basically in the post to incoming tourists, which were predominantly families with children, as a small gift in order to create a unique experience from the get-go. So tourists would basically get a small package. The idea was to explore something which is both physical and digital. So having postcards with 3D visualizations, holographic projection kit, which you also see in this bottom right corner, and QR code to link to the digital story. I have here a small video that will showcase this experience and give you a better idea of it. So as you notice, everything is packed in a very nice and sustainable fashion, and the visitors would receive this normal postcards, but as well in the package there is the holographic toolkit, very low cost, which makes it possible for small destinations to also use this at scale. And then they can basically get the wow effect, if you wish so, and explore a digital story about that particular destination before going there. We also experimented with this being used by the local museums as something that visitors can buy in the gift shop, and that was also received actually quite positively. I'm going to... It's always a bit of a delay when going forward. Sorry. So what we learned, yes, there was a lot of overwhelming positive response for the holograms, even if these are very low cost and not the best quality if you are thinking of how to visualize a 3D model. Because sometimes purely a digital product is received as lower value by end user, so it was not that they had something physical as well. Again, this is something that we saw that is very nice and can be replicated by others as well, and we were very positive to see that others have started to replicate this already. Was this it? We have almost a couple more minutes, so no, that was not it. In the project, maybe just very quickly, I focus now in my presentation on the reuse scenarios. But in the project, in the 5D Culture project, there were also a number of tools, services, and capacity building actions. Several training resources have been created and published. Some of them still need to be published in the next weeks on the European Academy, so watch that space as well for a number of resources that will be made available. We have also these new services and pipelines for 3D content aggregations that we made available, and yes, many tools. I will want to mention the extension of technologies for converting BEAM and HBeam technology into semantic data done by Inception, as well as a 3D web viewer specialized for HB models. There was also an extension of a previous result from the Weave project, the Weave 3D Asset Manager, which now became 3D Heritage.eu, a nicer and more capable repository for 3D, for large 3D models. Many improvements to the WeaveX story curation tool, so that you can repurpose 3D content in digital storytelling, and a number of AI tools for enhancing historical sources, such as automatic image colorization, 3D effects for single photos. You remember maybe the consortium photo in the very beginning. Augmented reality for visualization of historical photos, automatic vectorization of historical maps, and automatic for the city modeling. So really a number of tools that were also developed here. And where can you learn more about this, and where can you find all of this? Well, this is now all being added in the community of practice for cultural heritage professionals who are interested in 3D. This is something that you find on the 5D website, and you have also a direct link here with the QR code. So this is really a resource where we will keep it updated with many interesting best practices, tools, and news from this community. And at the moment, it is available for everyone that is interested. Only partners from the consortium can post at this point in time, but I think you will find already a large number of resources which can be of interest. Finally, what I have done now has been a really ambitious compression of the results of 2 years of really intense work from a large consortium of 12 partners. This has been a very difficult task, and I'm sorry if your head feels about to explode. There is a longer version of this, which was presented in a 2-hour-long panel session. You have here the link to where you can find also slides and more information on that. And we will soon share some videos from those presentations as well, so you can really watch this at a with more details and a slower pace. Thank you very much. And maybe now, when we're just breaking for lunch and I'm the last one that's skipping you from it, you can continue with the Menti, because there are a couple more questions that I would really be very interested to know your point of view from. So if you would like to scan the QR code again and have maybe a minute to provide a bit of input into this follow-up questions, I would be very happy. Thank you very much. I'm looking now at the chat if there are any questions, because there are a couple of minutes still left. I don't see any.
You've done such a good job, Alexandru, that no one has questions.
Or I managed to confuse everyone.
You've given us a really, really wonderful overview and a fascinating walkthrough of all the different examples of reuse piloted in 5D. So thank you so much. I am going to remind our participants that we are not yet breaking for lunch. We have one more presentation. No worries. Maybe you're feeling a bit hungry, which is fair. So we before we jump to the next presentation, though, Alexandru, there's something that you said that I wrote down because I thought it was absolutely fantastic. You mentioned how in museums, when people actually had VR experiences, they had to relearn the rules again, that they cannot go up to objects, they cannot touch them or get very close. And I thought that was such a wonderful example of really how truly immersive the technology is and the possibilities are. So thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that.
thank you as well. And thank you everyone for continuing the Menti.
Yes, please, if you'd like to have a couple of minutes to answer the questions on Alexandru's Menti, go ahead. I will actually introduce the next speaker. We now have Marco Medici, who is going to talk to us about XR culture. Marco is an assistant professor at the University of Ferrara in the Department of Architecture. He is a member of the university's Research Center for the Development of Integrated Automatic Procedures for the Restoration of Monuments, or DIAPREM for short. Marco will present XR Culture to us, which is a new initiative funded by Digital Europe. So Marco, if you are in the chat, the floor is yours.
I'm here. Thank you very much, Sabine. Thank you very much. I'm already adjusted the control of the screen, so I think should be able to move on. Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you very much also for the introduction, and thanks, Alex, for presenting 5D Culture. I mean, it will be a wonderful moment now for connecting with the our next project, XR Culture. XR Culture will actually start next February, so the 1st of February 2025. As the name suggests, it will make use of XR technologies, but as we know, XR are kind of umbrella terms. And when we decided to call this new project XR Culture, somehow linking and connecting with 5D Culture, because it is practically kind of continuation of some of the activities that we already started in 5D Culture, we also decided to name it not after the XR intended as extended reality, but rather using the name XR as exploring and reusing 3D cultural heritage within the European data space. So as we will see during this presentation, our intention is not only leveraging on XR technologies, but also integrating AI approaches for working on 3D and extending the use of 3D. So basically, what we are going to propose within the XR Culture is a kind of three strands initiative in which we are actually interlinking these three different strands. So from one side, we have the adoption of AI-based techniques for the creation of high-quality 3D models. And here, as we will see, there is a lot of reuse of existing contents. As Antonella Fresa was saying this morning, we are just at the beginning of the 3D era for cultural heritage. So that means there is a lot to develop further, and among those development, there is for sure the introduction also of AI for 3D. On the other side, both today and yesterday, we talked a lot about the need for a standardization in the 3D visualization. Has been said already that we have several approaches. We need to consider in a different way what is storing for future preservation, what is the visualization, what is documenting with metadata the content that we are creating. So developing an open framework, it is of utmost importance for actually using the 3D in the next future. And last but not least, here it comes the XR applications in the sense that if we are improving 3D contents, if we do achieve an open framework, then we can connect these XR experiences that cannot be that should not be only an application, but should be something like integrated in the overall pipeline. So this will be quite an ambitious goal. I do know that because we'll have only 18 months, but let's try to achieve as much as possible. So I would just, before jumping into the activities that are foreseen within this project, I would like just to make a reflection on why reuse matters in cultural heritage. So if we are talking about reuse, it means that we are offering a broader accessibility of digital cultural asset. At the same time, we do need to ensure interoperability between systems, because if we want broader accessibility, we do need interoperability. And so here I want to recall the need for the standardization and for an open framework. We do also need a collaboration between institutions and sectors, and standardizing metadata for easier reuse of 3D content is of utmost importance. So XR Culture for sure will build on the result that we had in the improvement of the EDM that Valentin was mentioning yesterday. And last but not least, as I said, we need to build a use case scenario that can be integrated into an actual pipeline for cultural heritage in order to assure a sustainable management of resources. So for developing this project, we are going to coordinate, as Sabine was mentioning at the beginning. I'm assistant professor at the University of Ferrara. At the same time, I'm also involved as chief technical officer at Inception, that is a spin-off of the university. So Inception will coordinate this action, assisted by several partners, among other Fondazione Bruno Kessler, for giving us the chance of integrating AI in a really consistent way for 3D Europeana, of course, for assisting into this transition to the data space, into, as Alex was mentioning, was the body who coordinated the 5D Culture project. So they are gonna bring all the knowledge that we developed in 5D Culture also in this proposal, and also coming from the 5D Culture, we do also have Arctur that developed a wonderful 3D platform, and we need to have a big player like them for thinking about standardization for the future. Of course, we are going also to add some new partners to our initiatives. First of all, the Italian Ministry of Culture, in order to bring in a lot of new objects that can be challenging to reprocess in 3D, in order to see how we can use AI for improving existing contents. We will have also Pixelated Realities, who is an NGO based in Ukraine, in order to give us the chance also to preserve heritage that is in danger. And thanks also with some new technical partners like RDF and Talent, who are working on 3D viewers and tools for aggregating metadata to 3D models. We can have really a boost in this sense. And on the other side, we do also have the Università Politecnica delle Marche, who will help us both providing a lot of knowledge they developed in the past, and also assisting us on the educational side. So going into these three main strands, that I was mentioning just before, what we do intend to do for advancing 3D cultural heritage using AI. So you may have heard about technologies like Gaussian splatting and NeRF, neural radiance fields, or other kind of AI approaches that are related to photogrammetry. Basically, when we are using photogrammetry for documenting an object in 3D, as most of the institutions, museums, professional are doing right now, we do face a huge huge difficulties when we are dealing with glass objects, ceramic objects, and we do know that our museums are full of those, or most of the times we need to make them opaque and just touching those objects in order to creating something that can be captured in 3D. We would like to overcome this limitation, introducing these new technologies, but for doing that, we do need to check if those technologies are reliable, and for sure FBK will help us into that. And at the same time, we want to support institution in understanding both how to digitize for preserving complex artifacts like those I were mentioning, and also how to extract 3D from a limited from data sets that are limited. For instance, yesterday, Fulgen was talking about the problem that Giravolt had for reopening all the data in 3D. I would add into that, for instance, if we are thinking about preserving for the future not only the 3D model itself, but all the source data like the pictures that have been used for creating a 3D in the past, we can reprocess those data and try to achieve even better results. And keep in mind also that tools like the Gaussian splatting do need a limited amount of images in order to achieve results that are comparable with photogrammetry that has been done like 5, 6, or 10 years ago. So those represents a big challenge and also a big opportunity for the development in the next future. As I was mentioning, we have the Italian Ministry of Culture, not only the ministry as a central body, but the ministry will involve several museums that are dislocated on the entire Italian on entire Italy. And for instance, here we do have beautiful glasses from the Museo del Vetro di Murano that will be available for testing NeRF and Gaussian splatting. Those objects for sure cannot be captured using a traditional photogrammetry technique. Here, what we do have also is a visual comparison between glass objects that are coming from the from another museum in the Veneto area in Italy. And here what we have is on the left the picture of the object, and on the right the 3D model of the object. As you can see, the transparency is not assured, the reflections are completely different. So using some AI technique, we can ensure a better result for the future. Here we have just a super short video made in the lab just for demonstrating that we are capable of capturing the shape of something that is glass. So this was not possible just a few years ago. So for that reason, we want to try to improve the 3D digitization of complex objects. On the other side, once we have the 3D object created, we do need we have a huge need for visualizing them. I'm not going to explore all the let's say all the elementary related to the data storage. Was one of the biggest questions that were asked yesterday, if we need to wait for national initiatives or if we need to move as at the European level for creating infrastructures for storing. There is some experiment, for instance, with Zenodo, as both Alex today and Sander yesterday were mentioning. So what we need to propose here is not to develop a new viewer, is not to develop a new infrastructure for storing data, but rather is to create a kind of middleware layer that also Valentin was mentioning yesterday, in order to connect the different data storage systems with the possibility of visualizing data. So the main aim here is to provide cultural heritage institution with an open framework in which you can decide which data storage system you want to use, with which 3D viewer you want to use, and if you want to change in the future one or the other, they need to be somehow compliant with the middleware layer that can ensure you that you are free to change your choices whenever you want. So this is the main approach. We have seen a lot of different 3D viewer. Of course, those are all amazing experiences, but are super different one from the other. Here, for instance, I just to be clear, I'm just including two of our developments that as an exemplification. I mean, here we do have a 3D viewer for object, in which you can, of course, rotate the object, decide which are the views you should also be able to take measurements, and so on and so forth. But here is just a way for visualizing a 3D object, maybe with high details and good textures, but it's just the visualization of an object. Then we have other viewers like this one that we also improved in 5D Culture, in which we have the possibility of visualizing different kind of 3D models like H-beam models, in which we do have some semantic information directly attached to single elements. So we have really a variety of different kind of models, and we are all aware also of other standardization activities like the IIIF one that was also mentioned earlier. So for that reason, we do need to commit ourselves in this mission for the standardization of an open framework, in order to merge different function and give the possibility to the user to be free to make the right choices. So for the last 10 minutes, what I want to show also is which are the XR scenario that we have in mind, and that will somehow exploit the previous two strands that I was mentioning. So the one for the AI, and the one for the standardization and the open framework. So from one side, we do have the scenario of XR for heritage at risk. This will be led by Pixelated Realities. As I said, is an NGO based in Ukraine, and their mission for sure is preserving in 3D all the cultural heritage and knowledge that we are that we have lost, and we are still continuing risking to lose currently. So they already have a super huge amount of 3D models. They also created already this initiative online, so with an online museum in which you can see different cultural heritage assets that has been digitized, but they also would like to further explore the possibility of preserving objects and showing what has been saved and stored safely. For instance, they do have access to 50 porcelain objects and 20 glass objects from the Odessa Municipal Museum that want to digitize in 3D, and was not possible due to this complexity of these objects since are shining and reflective. So here we do have the chance of adapting new technologies for a specific purpose. Or, for instance, they do have some drone footage from the past years that are depicting buildings that has been damaged. They were not able to extract 3D models directly from those footage because those are super limited amount of information, difficulties in matching different frames in order to create a 3D model. But as far as we have the chance to adopt new Gaussian splatting techniques, we could create a 3D model. So we want to explore also this possibility in this scenario. On the other side, we will continue on building on what we have already done in 5D for tourism. This specific task will be developed and led by Arctur, and as Alex said, the holographic projection was somehow gave somehow overwhelming results, and we want to scale up. We want to scale up, so not only foldable and portable kit, but we want also to introduce actually the use of holographic projection into a more complex environment, so integrating into museums and having specific tools. Let me jump to this one, for instance. This is a kind of full, I mean, is a bigger way for creating holographic projection, and could be really nice for users to see these 3D models. How this connects to the other two actions that I was mentioning, in particular, it connects with the open framework, because one of the function that we want to integrate somehow into this open framework is also to for the 3D viewers to declare if they are able or not for creating an holographic projection that, as you have seen, in some of the images from Alex, it is basically to splitting the view of the 3D model into 4 different phases. Of course, this cultural heritage tourism will also include virtual reality experiences, like interactive on the left and non-interactive on the right, or will include some development for AR application as a standalone app or like a web app on the right. So just for give the full spectrum of XR application into this use case scenario. So from AR to VR to this holographic projection, we are sure that we can create actually an XR environment. Since I do have a limited time, I'm going to skip some of the videos. But for instance, here we do have one of the video that we created from one of the immersive environment that we have created in the past. Of course, it is based on photogrammetry, high quality texture. So you do create a super nice environment in which you can navigate around and have really the possibility of assessing places that may not be accessible. Indeed, this possibility of assessing heritage that is dispersed or lost is one of the other scenario that we want tackled. From one side, we do have the concept of dispersed heritage, so scattered elements across institutions and nations that has been disconnected. And so in order to make users and the audience understand better how those what those heritage assets can represent, we can somehow reconnect them virtually. And on the other side, we have the possibility of also reconstruct the lost heritage. This scenario will be led by Intu. And but we will have also a super a super nice contribute from the university from the University of the Marche in Italy, since they will contribute with 20 years of experience in lost heritage documentation. What you can see here in this small video, for instance, is the reconstruction of lost heritage building coming from the Middle East, so where has been recreated several buildings based on sketches, old photographs, and so on and so forth. So recreating also what heritage recreating an heritage in 3D in order to show.
Can I interrupt you? Just say you've about a minute left.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adrian. Thank you very much. I'm going to conclude just for. So just as the last scenario that I want to tell you is the one about the education. So as you have seen, we have lost heritage, heritage at risk. We do have content for tourism. We do have improved content from past initiatives and so on and so forth. Everything that will be created within this project will be also included into immersive learning experiences in order to train students and professionals in an XR-based environment. This will help us to build new capacity and skills for the future. And here, for instance, we do have the same elements reconstructed in 3D that can be assessed in different technologies. So just to conclude, and this may be the last slide, our goals for the next future, for the next 18 months, basically will be to digitize from scratch 500 objects featuring special characteristics like transparency and reflectivity in order to test Gaussian splatting and NeRF and improve 1,000 existing 3D models. Since we are not sure that those 500 objects will provide a super reliable results, we are promising for now only 1,000 3D models, but I do hope we will be able to provide all 1,500 objects for the data space. The creation of one open framework for model visualization and the engagement with the XR scenario that I was mentioning, we do foresee to reach at least 30,000 individuals in different categories. So, of course, this is just a preview of of our project. As I said, we start the 1st of February next year. If you do have questions or if you want to explore new collaboration opportunities, we are, of course, available, and here you have my contact. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you for sharing this overview of XR Culture's very ambitious goals. And we are crossing our fingers for you that you will be able to contribute all of the objects that you mentioned, and maybe especially looking out for Murano Glass in particular. I hope that you had a good lunch and that you have gathered some strength for this afternoon's sessions. We have two of them. A quick reminder of our agenda. We will be hearing from Stephen and Ivan from Euroclio about watching videos like a historian. And our last session of the day before the pub quiz will be with DigiCare and Reevaluate. And this will take us through 3:30, where we will wrap up and enjoy a fun quiz. So welcome back. I'm going to introduce Stephen and Ivan. Stephen Stayers and Ivan Milovanov from Euroclio are going to present the Watching Videos Like a Historian Toolkit, which was developed under Erasmus Plus project funding. Stephen is the executive director of Euroclio. He has worked for several years as a coordinator of projects seeking to innovate history, citizenship, and cultural education in the Black Sea region, North Africa, and the Middle East. Stephen led the development of Historiana, a platform that you've heard about earlier today. And Historiana is one of Euroclio's flagship projects. So welcome, Stephen. And we also have Ivan, who is a project manager at Euroclio. Ivan brings expertise in non-formal education design and holds a Bachelor of Sciences in Psychology. He leads L&D projects as well as offline and online events. During Ivan's previous experience as an entrepreneur, he led the co-development of the 4M storytelling method that integrates visible storytelling with collaborative design, as well as educational city walking tours focused on history and remembrance. He's also contributed to Stories That Move, a blended learning platform. So Stephen and Ivan, will explain how the toolkit provides resources for educators to incorporate audiovisual materials in their classrooms. So Ivan and Stephen, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sabine, for the introduction. Exactly. So we still have to take over, sorry, the control. Just give us a second, please. Go. So perhaps if you do the introduction now, let's go a bit more space. Yes, certainly. So a bit different than what we saw so far, today at least. The Watching Videos Like a Historian is an educational project foremost. And we developed several things in it. Stephen and I will discuss it in a bit more detail soon. But mainly it is, what we wanted to do with this is to provide teachers with the tools and knowledge to work with videos, historical videos and video sources in their classrooms, basically. Yeah, great. Yeah, so we divided the presentation in like two parts. I will explain a little bit more about like the beginning of the project. What is the rationale? Why did we start the project to begin with? And then we'll also have a more practical part where Ivan will share, what we've been like, what is actually in the toolkit at the moment. And in the end, we'll share a little bit about the next steps. So how does it also fit in like the bigger framework? Okay. So do we now have the control? Yes. Okay, great. So the Watching Videos Like a Historian toolkit, the idea is that it's really reusable in education in a lot of different educational settings. So that is something that Euroclio, the European Association of History Educators, where I work for, and Europeana have in common. We work in a lot of different countries that have very different educational systems, very different histories. And we wanted to have something that is quite useful for everyone. And these are not, this doesn't have like all the changes were made. Yeah, we have updated our presentation recently. We don't see them, unfortunately. Is that so?
Let me ask a colleague.
Yes. So I mean, is it now? No, this seems to be it. Yeah, you're sharing like so if you now see Watching Videos Like a Historian, okay, that's fine. So if I start with the motivation of Watching Videos Like a Historian, we actually worked a lot with Uscreen before, and we realized that video is now the main source of information consumption. If you look at the introduction of social media, but also like YouTube, it's not much less common to get your information from written source. So and it's much easier to produce information. So we felt that it was crucial to actually focus on videos as an information carrier. If you look at like some people are getting just their information from Instagram, for example, or listening to podcasts. So the multimedia landscape has changed a lot. And we know that videos are not used a lot in education, and if they're used, then very often it's basically watch a video and answer some questions, and that is something that has been frustrating me personally, and something that I would really like to change. And we worked with Maya from Uscreen already in an earlier project, because we wanted students to actively work with the videos and actually do something with it. And then you encounter all kinds of problems that are like access, for example, the time it takes to select useful clips, the fact that you can't always download the videos and edit them, that there are no subtitles, that there are issues with the intellectual property rights. So also in the project, I think it's very clear like why videos are not being used in a different way. So that is an area where we actually felt there's much more room. There's a need for actual like to work on it. And I remember when I was making for the education community, we were part of the task forces, and we wanted to have a clip that students could actually, an exercise where students could make a video based on, let's say, 20 clips around the same theme from like 10 seconds. And back then, the only material that was available was on the First World War. Because that was copyright cleared. And even then, it was quite hard to get all the materials. And of course, subtitling was not so much of an issue. But I do see a lot of potential. So we basically joined forces with Uscreen and also brought in Europeana, because of course, there are now many more like archives, etc., that have audiovisual footage. In the meantime, we also worked a lot ourselves on our like developing the expertise. Amongst others, we created a documentary. And we did a big project called In Europe Schools, where the students are actually making their own like documentary. We worked with a national broadcaster in the Netherlands, the VPRO. And we learned a lot from that process, and we got quite a lot of like students engaged in making education like videos. But those videos, a lot of effort went actually into the editing. And the feedback we got from teachers is that students did really like it to create their own videos. But they had some problems like accessing the footage. Some videos were also taken offline because of the copyright. So we also didn't want that to happen. And at the moment, we're looking at, okay, well, what are sort of these teaching strategies that you can use to make sure that students are getting like really like the competence that you need, the whole range of competences, and not only basically the editing skills, because there's quite a lot. So this is the point of departure. We now rephrased it as the watch framework from like watching videos like a historian, but it is also, I think, it's watching audiovisual.
It's working with audiovisuals to teach critical history.
Yeah. And you can see here the different domains. So I know it is a bit difficult to read, so we highlighted one of the domains, which is about the attitudes related to the evaluation and making judgment of historical information. So we want students to not take information at face values, to be critical towards the origins of information, to take into consideration what grounds and in what for what purpose information is displayed, to be open to new ideas and willing to adjust their own opinions. And this is just making very concrete what we would like to achieve. So the columns, if you like, are related to knowledge and understanding, skills, attitudes, and values. And then on the rows, it's looked more about what students are actually doing. So it's searching and finding historical information, evaluating and making judgments, but also to actually present historical information. So within Europe Schools project, it would actually, you put students in the shoes of a documentary maker, and there they have to also find or create the audiovisual materials, but it's also very much about presenting, and that is something that I don't think it's being done enough. So with the research, also the state of the field, the main things that are there is actually that you have an audiovisual source as students are asking information, like are answering questions, or they have to create something themselves. But then it takes basically too much time and there's not enough support. So that is something that we want to change. So now we're going to hear a bit more about like the toolkit. That is the main outcome of the project. But I will hand over to Ivan because he has been leading that part.
Yes. Thank you, Steven. So we designed this toolkit based on that framework that you just saw. So basically, it's made for teachers to assess how they can approach work in the classroom when teaching with such materials. And basically, it's the way we designed the toolkit is meant to not only teach history, but multi-perspectivity in history and critical thinking, and to be engaging enough. So, because as Stephen mentioned, students so far liked working with videos, not just watching them, but also editing them, creating them. And we designed it to be, for long term. So because we want this to be reused, we hope it will be relevant at least for the next 10 years. And we achieve this by making the approaches very universal, so that it's resistant to, curricular changes or specific demands across countries in Europe. And also it is designed in a way that it's very easily updatable. So if something changes, like, for example, I'll also mention later that we have some content that works with AI and also some descriptions about how to use AI that will likely change even in the next 5 years. So we can easily update that. And for those of you who access this version 1 here, you should also know that in the first quarter of the next year, we plan to release version 2, which will have much more content and much more tested content. So the way that the toolkit links to Historiana, one way is through these galleries. So we have different topics. You can see it in the toolkit that gather different audiovisual sources. One of them is this advertisement and they're making. So you can see different periods, different topics, different countries. And teachers can not only use these for whatever they want in their own activities, but the toolkit has other parts, which I will mention soon, that leverages on these existing galleries. So, for example, when we have a prepared activity for the classroom, the teachers can collect their own sources, but we already have a gallery ready to be used. So they don't have to waste time on that, which is also a very big point of critique, let's say, that we cannot expect teachers to waste too much time on reading up our materials and preparing for the classroom. We also integrated our partner colleagues at Europeana integrated watching videos like Historian into their MOOC. So you can access the link here if you want to learn more about that. And I also just want to describe the contents of the toolkit. So we have originally planned the teaching strategies, which are like more elaborate ways of planning an activity. So less concrete content and more like a framework of what the teacher can do. And we also have learning scenarios, which are modeled after Europeana's learning scenarios, so that those are activities that are ready-made. Basically, they can be just read once and they can be used in the classroom. We developed so-called classroom guides, which are, we usually expect teachers to know a lot, but there's always a gap in knowledge, especially when we work with different technologies like AI or even videos. So depending on where in Europe we're talking about, it's always useful to try and give teachers a bit of, encouragement in placing their focus in what they need to do with, with such activities when we talk about videos. And these classroom guides are just there literally as guidelines. They're not in-depth descriptions of what they need to do in a class, just to make them understand how things work and where to look for more information should they need it, also as a reminder. Then we have e-learning activities. They are on Historiana. We have already mentioned Historiana today, so these can be used remotely or as in a blended format in a classroom. And that's basically the toolkit. I mean, it's a very short version. For those who are interested, please look at the link and make sure to look at it next year as well when we update it also visually. And finally, we did a lot of capacity building and a lot of dissemination. Among those, the latest effort is the webinar series. We still have one episode left. If you remember the framework, the watch framework, we had those 3 rows, and each row was for one webinar. So, looking for videos, judging them, and finally creating them. This one will be about editing and creation. So for anyone who's interested, you can sign up. There's the link to join our webinar next Tuesday. And with that, I will give the word back to Stephen.
So this is just like a bit of an insight on what is going to be next, because I think the way we are approaching now, also the cooperation with Europeana, but also the development of educational resources in general, is that it will be ultimately, if we want educational materials to be used, it needs to be introduced by a teacher from their own country, in the right language, with the examples that make sense locally. So the way we set up the teaching strategies here are that you have a step-by-step description and basically the content with some ingredients. So for example, if we look at the learning activity that is closest to the one, like the title, watching videos like a historian, would be, I think we all know that phenomenon that there is a history movie coming out where there's Napoleon or like Lincoln. And then the historians basically are writing all these reviews in the newspapers saying about, okay, whether it was factually correct or not. Usually they criticize and they say it's not, demonstrating their own knowledge. But that is, I think those are the sort of ingredients that are very useful for students to also make a judgment about, okay, how accurate is it? Because of course it's impossible to recreate the past, but it makes sense to sort of have a look and say, okay, well, are the basic facts correct? I remember when I was doing an analysis of Braveheart as part of my like secondary high school. The main love story didn't make sense at all because the princess was 4 years old when William Wallace died. Well, then you think, okay, then you take so much liberty that is really not correct. There were also some factual things, such as they had like a glass eye, and that was no longer introduced, was not yet introduced, not technologically possible. But I think it is a hook for to interest young people, because these movies are in the cinema, and it's sort of something that connects what they learn at school with their real lives, and it's also very much about the media consumption. And these can be localized because there's always a new history movie. History is quite popular in popular culture, and there are always historians criticizing it. So if you have a movie and if you have the historians' critiques, then basically we have a lesson plan for you. And of course, there are different, sometimes you have the blockbusters that are sort of rolled out globally. But sometimes there is also like a national movie. So this script could actually work, and we will then work with a group of educators to see that they can make the translation. And there are, of course, like also movie posters in Europeana. Well, I don't think there are full movies, but at least like clips. And for other things, we also have similar templates. So, for example, we have a teaching strategy where it would be about newsreels, so that you actually are introducing one newsreel, one piece of evidence, which gives a certain impression. And then later you introduce like other newsreels that sort of add on to this. And in the end, ask students to, to sort of also for them to be aware that even with newsreels, you have to make certain selections. And I think that is also great if we to put students in the shoes of, let's say, a news editor, and say you have like 10 news items. This is coming to you. You're in the editing room. which ones are you going to select, and what are then the choices that you have to make, even if and there is a lot of content available there. So that's now also a discussion that we're having to find out, okay, where can we really match the content from Europeana with these teaching strategies. There are a lot of audiovisual archives that have, for example, newsreels, so we can look at a historically significant week, and in the end you have sort of the news of the week with a summary. What do you include, what do you exclude? Okay, what are the implications of that choice? And I think that's the type of education that also makes it very relevant for students, because there are actually editors that have to make those choices. So then you can have like nice extension activities. So we'll have a first try at that during the final meeting that we'll have in Barcelona. So that will be hosted by TV3, one of our partners. And there we'll have a group of educators from Spain, from the Netherlands, from Poland, who are actually looking at the scenarios and see if they can adapt it. And I think that would be great if later on we work also with the Europeana education community to see if they can sort of test and give feedback to the strategies that we have. But ultimately, we need to give something to the teachers and the facilitators, or perhaps the Europeana ambassadors, that they can say, okay, this is really, you have the content, we have the IDs, it's ready to use, you can still adapt it. But then I think we have something that is quite remarkable and very much promotes the reuse. So I wanted to share that also a bit about the philosophy of Euroclio. We've been working, of course, with Europeana for a very long time. And that's the direction where we would love to go.
Yes, I saw in the chat somebody criticized Napoleon, its accuracy. So that's exactly the point that Stephen mentioned. Consider yourself lucky if you haven't seen the new Gladiator, because you can really criticize that. But that's also the point. So to use movies just as a draw for the attention of the students, and to actually then clear things up.
Yeah. And we'll also put in actually the other links. I mean, the links are also in the presentation. So I think the presentation is shared with everyone, but we'll add them in the chat as well.
Yes. And which QR code would you like? I assume the toolkit, maybe I can just go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe click. Yeah, that's the one. There. So there is the toolkit.
We had, thank you, Stephen and Ivan. We actually had another question from the chat from Despolna. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So they asked, have you by any chance cooperated with any film education or children film festivals educational teams when you were preparing the toolkit?
At the moment, not yet. I do think it's a very good suggestion. It was also a bit because we don't want to make use of the materials that are already here. We worked together with the content holders. So we had both EU Screen, but also the TV3 as one of the collection holders, and of course Europeana. And I also really think that's also what you can see from the version 1, that this is, let's say, a first attempt. And I think this will not go away. I mean, video will remain very important. So perhaps if you have specific contacts, or I know there is, I did stumble across, I think the iMuseum has a network of actually educators specifically focused on film. So as reviewers, it would be interesting, but also perhaps for the event in Barcelona, it would still be relevant. And for upcoming webinars. So yeah, please share it. I think it's a very good idea to connect, because but so far the honest answer is no.
Okay. We have, is there anything else that you wanted to add, Stephen and Ivan? Or do we have a bit of time for questions then? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were muted.
Yeah, and then lost the controls, but found it back. No, this is actually, we wanted to just like give an overview of what we've done and indeed leave room for questions. And also understand it's quite a packed program, so if people want to take some space to breathe, it's also good.
And any questions, additional questions are very welcome.
Should we open up to some questions for Stephen and Ivan? Would anybody like to add a question in the chat or maybe unmute themselves? I have a couple of questions myself, but I just want to give others the opportunity. So if anybody has a question, make yourselves known. Okay, I'm very happy to ask you my questions then. I wanted to know, I wanted to dig a little bit in for you what the main challenges to reusing cultural heritage and teaching, particularly history, are, and how does the toolkit help answer them?
Perhaps I can go.
Yes,
first, and then I mean, one of the challenges is that there's just an overwhelming amount of materials. So, and the big thing that all teachers face is lack of time. There's lack of time in the curriculum, there's lack of time to prepare. So what we need to provide is, first of all, a very good argument of so what? Why is it worth spending more time? So I think in this case, the fact that students are now consuming most of the media through the means of audiovisual means, I think is a crucial one. And we say, look, this is not something that is done by traditional textbook, and it should be more than only answering questions based on the video. So there you have the hook in a way. And I think if educators will understand that argument, but then it's sort of how to do it in practice. And there we're trying to do everything that we can do to save time by making pre-selections through like the galleries, but also to think about not only how can you teach about it, but also what are the different steps, how do you assess it? And basically, I would say that 80% of the work needs to be done. So all the materials that you provide need to be like readily adjustable. So that's why we work with open formats like Google Docs. And yeah, if we would have, for example, like a source collection, we need to have these short summaries to say what can you find in there. And the resource should never, like, let's say never more than like 10 pages when you're looking at an actual lesson. So this is, perhaps we can also work a bit more on the toolkit with the visual organizer, that you can see, okay, well, this is actually what the main takeaways are. If you are just looking for the highlights, okay, this is what you can do. But there's a lot of useful background information. And I think the toolkit is a bit more for like when people really go much deeper. And I think the introduction of the topic should be done through like webinars or like workshops where you can really see how it's being done also with the students and what the outcomes are. So even if we present that, then it should already be peer reviewed, it should be piloted. And I think then the teachers would say, okay, well, yeah, I can try it. But even then you need to have the local example, because otherwise we get things like, okay, that's a great idea, I would love to use it, I don't have the time to find these sources. So even with a simple activity, well, perhaps there's also a difference between let's say the example that I had about watching and critiquing a historical film based on its accuracy, because basically, well, the film is already there, you know it, and then you only have to find, let's say, 2 historians' reviews, which doesn't take so much time to find. But if it would be, okay, well, we want you to edit things like a newsreel, then you really need to have, let's say, 20 clips. You need to summarize them. You need to make sure that they're downloadable. You need to provide the subtitles. That is way more work. So in our approach, we would then actually work with like a facilitator in between, a teacher leader, somebody who would introduce it to their colleagues and work with them to do that work, and also perhaps give them some like additional support. Then I think it's possible. So in summary, the amount of time, the wealth of information that is there, the need to link to the curricula, and the lack of time. Those are the main obstacles.
Yes, and earlier today, other presenters also mentioned the copyright issue. So that's a big one, as you all know. So that's we also, with all the content that we provide, we make sure that it's you know, that it can be used legally. So that obviously takes quite the time from our side, but saves time for the teachers and ensures that this is not a barrier, that they just set the toolkit aside when reading through it. But I think that was these two were the biggest challenges here.
Thank you so much. We have a question from Julie, who asks if there are examples of resulting student work that can be seen anywhere.
So at the moment, we're in the stage of, let's say, piloting the activities. So we first had like the peer review. So the version 1 is based on basically the peer-reviewed activity. So after Barcelona, then we also have, like with the second version, then it would also have like the student work. I can share a link later on with the In Europe Schools project, because there are a lot of videos that were created by the students themselves. So it is not like watching videos like a historian, but it's very much in the same line. It is students working with audiovisual materials. So there are basically we will look at societal challenges today, how to deal with the difficult past, how to deal with migration, how to respond to the climate change, how respond to gender inequality. And there the students are actually supported to do real work as a documentary maker. And we assign them roles such as the researcher, the interviewer, the editor, the person doing the camera. We first make sure that they get some basic knowledge, and then they would make their own documentary. So there's a lot of student work available for that.
Thank you.
Sharing the email here.
And we are indeed, also the email, indeed. It would be great to have some contacts.
Yes, much appreciated.
Another question that I have is, for the moment, you've explained why the toolkit really focuses on audiovisual material. And I'm wondering if the toolkit can also be adapted to other formats or mediums to facilitate the reuse of other types of cultural heritage.
Wow.
Yeah, I think there's like a lot. I mean, I'm interested. What we are saying is we want education, history and civic education, so we really focus on the social sciences, to be motivating and meaningful. So when we talk about that, it needs to be something where you always have the so what question that I also refer to with the videos. So I would start with the learning goals, and I do think cultural heritage helps to make things very tangible. So, for example, it can be from like bringing objects. So if you want to hook students into, like, let's say, learning about the First World War, there are so many objects still available. If you bring that to the classroom, suddenly you break that link between the school and the real world out there. Because too often students are learning and they just don't see the connection at all. But when it is, for example, let's say there was a lot of like shrapnel made, the fact that that is still having an influence for farmers today, who every now and then just find all these bombs still in the ground. And then you can also make a link to the wars that are being fought at the moment. I think then you sort of, and then you can like have interesting like discussions. So I think you make it relevant, because then it's the question, why are we learning about it now? Well, because you need to know, because otherwise, if you don't have these international rules and if you don't respect it, then a lot of people will, that you can't go on holiday, but also the people who live there, they just get hurt. So I think it's a great tool, and there's so much room also for analysis. And it is very multimedia, because some students are just more able to read images, or they like the poetry, for example, or the literature. So I think there is a lot into the cultural heritage, and now with the digitization, it's also much more like easy to assess. So another activity that we, for example, have is where we would, which is not for watching videos like a historian, but you asked about the broader use of cultural heritage, is where we ask students to curate an exhibition as like for a museum. And this can be done collaboratively. And there, I think cultural heritage is great, because you always need to like introduce something to a broader audience. So there are a lot of like visuals that you would get.
Especially if we look at the 5D presentation today. So those little holograms could be a perfect example of using scanned objects for such a curation, for example.
Absolutely. And there is also an opportunity to actually provide students with a lot of content, because that is very often a problem that sometimes where you say, okay, we want to do this complex thinking with the students, and then teachers say there is no time to deal with so much content. So actually, if you just curate and you say you have 100 or 200 sources, and then you break the students in groups, and they would all like focus on a particular aspect of any topic, then they would acquire the knowledge through the selection and like making the exhibition, and they can present it to each other. And if they have to present it to others, they will also better remember. So I think there's a lot that can be done with cultural heritage. So, but it would not necessarily be through the like media literacy framework. I think it's just to hook the interest, to make the connections between what you learn at school and the real world outside, to show it is about actual people. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm checking to see if there are other questions, because I have one more, but I also want to make sure that others have the opportunity to ask them. So if you have any questions for Stephen and Ivan, please put them in the chat. Another question that I have for you, you touched a little bit on how the toolkit interfaces with the Historiana platform, but could you maybe develop this a little bit? Because we have spoken about Historiana several times already today, but now might be a good time to actually just really tell us a bit more about the platform and how it promotes reuse and how the toolkit interfaces with it.
Yeah, so Historiana is the web application that Euroclio has created for and by teachers. So I think that is quite unique. We work with a team of historians, with a team of teachers, with a team of web developers. And unique about the platform is that the content is transnational and curated, free to use, copyright cleared, and multi-perspective. And that the e-learning activities are actually adaptable and shareable and open. So I think, and with the e-activity builder, we're now adding some, we're making the block suited for use with for audiovisual sources. So that is a real like new feature. And in those steps, For example, we have an activity where you can sort sources. So you can rank them from, let's say, when we talk about, let's say, the movies, you would just have like the movie posters, and you can sort them from, okay, most accurate to most, like, least accurate. And that is what I like, because the Historiana e-learning activities we created because of the overuse of quizzes. So that was at a certain point, especially during COVID, like everybody just had to do like quizzes and answer, give the correct answer. Well, very often it's more complicated. There's much more gray. And now you can also actually, because of the watching videos like a Historium project, you can also do the same with videos. So you can also rank videos, and you can order them. And then when you created that as a teacher, and the login is free, then you can also share it with colleagues who can just make a copy of the whole e-learning activity. And you can share it with students, and then you can see the answers that they do. Yeah, so it is, I think, a real like asset. And because of this, we can work together with all the European sources. And it's possible with because of the API to actually import sources from Europeana if you're a content provider. So that's the link with Historiana.
Thank you, Stephen. Just looking at the chat, I'm wondering if, just double checking. Okay, I can't see any more questions. So if there's nothing further that that you would like to add, I'm going to say a big thank you to both of you for being here today and for walking us through the toolkit, your ambitions for the toolkit, and talking about the immense reuse possibilities of cultural heritage in education. Thank you so much to you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we will start a little bit earlier with our next presentation, which will cover both DigiCare and a sister project of DigiCare called Reevaluate. I will introduce our next speakers. We have Rosa Balladini, Cristina Covaite, and we will have Constantina Cuțiara, who will talk to us about Reevaluate. So Rosa is a professor of intellectual property law and vice dean of research at the University of Lapland Faculty of Law. She's currently investigating the role of empathy in law, as well as issues related to law as a tool to foster inclusion and participation in decision-making processes. Rosa will share her research interests with you shortly and introduce the DigiCare project, along with Cristina Covaite, who holds a PhD in economics and is vice dean and associate professor at the Faculty of Creative Industries in Vilnius Gediminas Technical University. Cristina is an EU project manager with 20 years of experience, and her research interests span database business models, digital transformations, citizen science and citizen engagement, communication and media, and a lot more. So Rosa and Cristina will share with us the ambition of DigiCare to develop a new framework and methods to tackle the multifaceted challenges of the digitization of cultural heritage for minority groups with a user-centric approach. This will be followed with Constantina Cuțiara, who will share the Reevaluate project with us, a sister project to DigiCare. Constantina has been working as a project manager at Hypertech since September 2023. She holds a diploma in applied mathematics and physical sciences and a master's in microsystems and nanodevices. So Constantina will present Reevaluate, where she is leading the work package on dissemination, communication, and exploitation. A big welcome to the three of them, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and greetings everybody from Lapland, from Rovaniemi, the city of Santa Claus. It's a pleasure to be here, so thanks very much for inviting me. As I was introduced kindly, my name is Rosa Ballardini, so I'm based at the University of Lapland, and also my colleague Christina should be here with me. I'm not really used to Zoom, so I hope I'm doing everything correctly. We were asked to present a little bit the vision of this relatively recently funded project called DigiCare. And I'll try my best to share with you some insights in terms of what we want to do in DigiCare, but especially why, from where we started, what was the gap and what was the problem that we identified and decided to tackle, and how we decided to tackle. As I said, we are relatively at the beginning with this, but I'm going to share at least what we plan to do. Perhaps it's more a little bit what we have done, but very much what we plan to do. And so DigiCare is the abbreviation of a project titled, Digitization of Cultural Heritage of Minority Communities for Equity and Renewed Engagement. So you can grasp already, since from the title, that the whole idea of the project is to discuss or to engage in discourses between heritage, digitization, and minority communities, including indigenous people. And the core kind of elements of the whole project is about equity, fairness, participation, through renewed engagement. So maybe these are some highlights. So let's keep them in mind because this is the kind of the core idea of the whole project and the whole work we are trying to do. So if we go to the next slide, maybe I can say something about myself. I was already kindly introduced, so I will be short with this. I work at the University of Lapland, and my field is law, especially intellectual property law. So I was hearing the word copyright before by some of the presenters. So copyright, patents, trademarks is a little bit what I do. But in general terms, my research has always been focused between three major pillars. So the intersections between IPRs, so intellectual property rights, technological innovations, in particular in the context of digitalization, and the third pillar is sustainability. So you grasp also from this kind of explanation my role in the DigiCare project. I take care of leading the work package related to law and policy, being a lawyer, but another element that is cross-cutting the whole project that we also take care from University of Lapland relates to ethics. So sometimes law and ethics, unfortunately, don't match. And a little bit this case that we are addressing and researching in DigiCare is one of those where very often law and ethics don't match very well. So next. Here is the consortium partners. The DigiCare project is coordinated by Vilnius Tech, and Christina, who is also here with us today, is the coordinator of the whole project. In addition, there is University of Lapland, the Faculty of Law. Furthermore, we have on board the Istituto Italiano di Studi Germanici. They take care of the part of the project that is very much about user-centric approaches and engagement techniques and methodologies. Moreover, the University of Vienna takes care of the techno-educational elements related to the project. And Europeana is central in terms of better understanding the practices in use, and also further kind of help with the testing and knowledge for developing better, more workable practices. And most importantly, we have on board the Jewish Heritage Network, the Finnish, I'm trying to translate the word Kansallisarkisto in English. So it's the Finnish National Archives with the Sami archives on board, as well as the Mayon de Fashion, which represent the Ladin community. And these three entities are, all the three of us, they are representative of minority communities, especially one of them being an indigenous community. The Finnish National Archive and the Sami Archive represents, in a way, the Sami community, or brings to the picture that community. And furthermore, we have partners, associate partners, supporting the whole project. The Time Machine, that I think it was also presented at some point in this week, I think maybe yesterday, as well as the Languages in Europe kind of network. So this is our consortium, and so let's go and check what we actually want to do in the project. So please, next. Maybe in a nutshell, as I said already, this project is coordinated by Vilnius, and it's meant to last 3 years. We started in February this year, and it's going to end at the end of January 2027, and 9 beneficiaries to associated partners. So by now we should all know this structure, so we can move on. And the ambition of the project. So maybe I start by explaining what is the problem we have identified. So in very simple terms, the problem is that while digitization, so technological innovation, is really important and essential nowadays to promote, renew, preserve heritage in general, including heritage related to minorities and indigenous people, digitization also brings into the picture several challenges, in particular when we look at this from the point of view of minorities. These challenges are partly due to historical reasons related to colonialism and history of oppression. And therefore, here the link is how heritage, it relates to how historically heritage artifacts have been gathered by museums and cultural institutions that at the same time obviously put them in a kind of special position, so to say, when it comes to decide what kind of rules and processes to follow in the context of digitizing this heritage. So they are able to decide based on their own rules, which are not necessarily in line with the rules of the communities whose heritage belong to in the first place. And second, there is a challenge between the currently in use legal policy frameworks that are even perhaps logically based on a certain dominant type of logic, which is very much Western-centric, that again is not necessarily always in line with the logic and ethics and principles of minorities communities. So these challenges raise several additional problems in relation to authenticity of the digitized heritage, in relation to respect of the culture whose heritage is being digitized, and in relation to striking a right balance between protection and access of certain type of heritage, especially in case of very sensitive elements. So all this raised the challenge, as I was saying before, that not necessarily our framework is in line with certain ethical principles of these minorities. So what we want to do in DigiCare is, first of all, to provide new understandings on these challenges. That's a little bit the mapping exercise is about enlightening what is the problem, what is the challenge, and bring it up in front of us in a more clear way, in a less fragmented way. And second, we claim that these challenges are actually possible to be navigated through engagement. So there is the need to better engage with the communities in order to actually be able to navigate these challenges. So in order to promote authenticity, promote diversity, and therefore promote participation and representation, which also include promote benefit sharing of the digital the digitization process, so to say. So to do that, maybe next slide. What we do is, as I said, first we map and we understand a little bit better the gaps, but then we go through pilot cases with these three different communities that we have on board, and we co-create with them different frameworks to make the system and the digitization process from a legal, socio-economical, also to some extent technical perspective, more in line with also ethical principles. Now, we are not perhaps as ambitious as trying to develop in DigiCare a completely new legal system, for instance, but certainly we have the ambition to develop ways to fix it when it is possible to be fixed. And we believe that it's possible to be fixed, as I said, through engagement. And developing of perhaps even soft regulatory frameworks such as ethical guidelines that would be as powerful as hardcore law in several instances. And ultimately, what we will gather and develop are recommendations on governance structures and methods that could instruct the heritage framework, so the different stakeholders, but especially the policymakers and the cultural heritage institutions, to digitize in a way that is also respectful of minorities' worldview. Okay, I hope so far so good. I'm happy also to take questions during the presentation, so please interrupt me anytime. Maybe we can go next. This is a graphical representation of our project. Maybe we don't spend too much time on this, but just letting you know that, we have different work packages, and we have the legal and policy and ethics work package. But as I said, the ethical framework is kind of cross-cutting the whole project. Then we have a work package more focused on the socio-economical impact. Then we have one that is more focused on the educational element and the technological drivers. And then we have the pilots. And the idea is that from the pilots, we kind of take everything that we have learned from this box, and we pilot them, and together with the communities we develop a framework and test with them that a framework that considers the economic technical elements. We test it with them, and based on this then we develop the recommendations. So in a way, I would say that this structure follows kind of a typical or traditional type of project structure for a Horizon Europe project. But in a nutshell, that's a little bit the structure of the project. So let's move on. We can skip this slide, please. So what I was thinking to put this general framework in perhaps more context, more kind of concrete context. I was thinking that I could give you here an example of this challenge that I'm talking about, so that perhaps my goal now is to convince you that actually there is a challenge. Maybe you're already convinced, but let me try harder to do so. And for this purpose, I'm gonna take some examples from one of our minority communities on board. I'm gonna take one example from the Sami community. And I'm gonna try to show to you how the legal framework, especially in relation to intellectual property rights, is at times clashing against the ethical and minority principles and moral principles of these minorities. So that's what I would like to do now with my example. So if we go next, and this is just one example of the clashes that we investigate in DigiCare. So just for those who are not aware of the Sami community, are a population. The Sami are a population that lives in the area of Sampi, which today includes a large part of northern Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Kola Peninsula of Russia. The Sami people are the only indigenous community officially recognized in the European Union. And therefore, that's also why we are very happy to have the possibility to work with this community and to engage with them. I think the Sami case is very, very special, and at the same time, very, very important and very, very, in a way, also endangered their cultural heritage due to several different reasons. Now, if we go next, let's keep in mind, I know that in this room, you're all familiar with different concepts of heritage, but let's also keep in mind that indigenous cultural heritage is in a way a bit particular, so to say, more specific, more sensitive than general heritage. And for indigenous communities and individuals, cultural heritage is an extremely important element of identity. As the UNESCO Convention for Safeguarding the Intangible Cultural Heritage defines heritage as a legacy that is inherited from the past and best world for the future, but it is also a process elaborated in present communities. This is extremely important for indigenous peoples. Now, the point is that even though indigenous peoples around the globe have expressed concerns over the lack of representation and respect of their own ethics and human rights in decision-making processes related to digitizing cultural heritage, it's only quite recently that this issue has become more heard, so to say. Next. So the reasons for this change, so if I can put it in these words, is it links to different issues. One is it's linked to digitization and to what technology is doing nowadays for us. As I said at the beginning, yes, technology is important, is essential for preservation and renewal, yet it increases challenges for representation purposes. And the second issue is that lately, the voice of indigenous peoples have become more heard in general. So their position have become, we are becoming more aware of their positions, and therefore this kind of transition and change is becoming increasingly more important. Now, if you're wondering why I'm talking about IPRs, is for the simple fact that very often the domain of these inappropriate activities is linked to misappropriation of intangible heritage. And intangible heritage is very often a domain of intellectual property rights. So that's why the IP framework has been playing a crucial role in this kind of combo. It has been at the same time an essential tool to enable possibilities for digitizing as well as sharing, distributing and reusing, but at the same time it has also played a role in creating problems when it comes to representing indigenous wisdom. Now, if we go next and we look closer together next, to one specific case that I would like to share with you. So if we go next, please, one more. Yes, this case. I don't know if you have ever heard about the Frozen case. Have you read it in the news? I see some people nodding, so maybe this is familiar to you. This is a case that in a way is quite interesting because on the one hand, it clearly shows the problem with IP and digital cultural heritage of indigenous people, but at the same time, perhaps is a positive case because at the end, the case was solved in a kind of nice way through engagement. Now, let's take a step back and very quickly understand what happened in this case. In very simple terms, when Disney decided to develop this Frozen movie, they took a lot of characters and a lot of ideas from the Sami community. At some point, all in a sudden, there were a lot of Disney people in Sampi area without asking any permission or engaging at all with the community, shooting the Frozen 1 movie. And as we know, Frozen 1 was an extremely successful movie. So in this kind of moment, there was not really any engagement with the Sami community. And by absurd, some of the figurines that are part of Frozen 1 were taken by the Sami community, kind of, for instance, dresses. And by absurd, according to copyright law, you know, if Disney owns the copyright on these figurines, which Disney owns, it could have, to some extent, even prevent possibilities to the community to use, reuse, or distribute these characters for their own purpose. So that's a little bit the problematic with copyright. Of course, from a copyright and legal perspective, Disney would not have done anything wrong. But from a legal, from an ethical point of view, it's kind of questionable whether this is the right way to proceed. And furthermore, of course, there was the issue that this character or the use of these characters were not discussed with the community. And in some communities, the use of certain characters have a specific meaning. And therefore, these characters were used to some extent out of context, completely out of context. Moreover, there was no benefit sharing with this community in terms of economic benefit sharing, for example. So after Frozen 1, the Sami community show a lot of teeth, and they kind of really try to, so to say, fight against what was happening. They engaged in discussion with Disney, and surprisingly, Disney, I think it was probably the moment where these issues were coming to the spotlight, and therefore Disney showed, in a way, openness to discuss, and therefore the two parties engaged in a lot of cooperation and discussions. And as a result, Frozen 2 was conducted and developed in close cooperation with the community, and there was a clear behavior and procedure that was, in a way, much more respectful to the community than with Frozen 1. So I'm not claiming here that Disney did this just for the sake of being nice. I hope there is nobody from Disney in the room. Obviously, there is corporate interest behind, but at the same time, perhaps it's a positive case that shows that we can do activities in relation to digitizing heritage in a right way, so to say, in an ethical way. It doesn't always have to go the wrong way, and there are tools to do that. The challenge that we want to solve in DigiCare is how to engage in an effective way with the communities. What kind of process can we develop so that it becomes easier to engage, and it becomes smoother, and it becomes kind of part of everyday life? So that's a little bit the challenge we want to solve. So with this, perhaps we can go to my next slide. Maybe we skip this one due to lack of time, but I can conclude with this nice picture that obviously was not made by me as a lawyer. I'm completely technical, not adept. But this slide kind of shows that in DigiCare, the center of everything is about how do we create this process for renewed engagement. We know that engagement is central, but we also know that we lack several tools to enable engagement in an effective way. So how can we develop that, and how can we create policies and recommendations to guide decision makers and cultural heritage institutions to engage and to digitize in a legal but also ethical way? So that's in a nutshell what we try to do, and hopefully in about 2.5 years' time, we will have something more to share with you. But for the time being, maybe we go to the next slide, and I thank you very much for the attention. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Rosa. I can't see any questions in the chat yet, but if we have another couple of minutes before. So Rosa, is Christina going to present after you?
No, no. Hello, everybody. No, we are both the same thing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you both. So we can take maybe a couple of minutes to give people the chance to put some questions in the chat. But I wanted to really thank you both for presenting DigiCare to us. And one thing that that you said, Rosa, that I thought was wonderful was that, in your opinion, this is a problem that can be solved. And the example that you gave was shows that it can be done. That there was an improvement between the development of the two Frozen movies. So it's very hopeful. Thank you for that.
Certainly, we want to be positive, but we also do seriously believe that there is certainly a way to find effective way to engage. The issue is that perhaps so far that this problem has not been taken seriously enough, so to say. So it's more an issue of creatively and engaging with the community to find the best ways. We are not going to claim that the same engagement method would work for any type of community in the world, but at least we want to develop some sort of minimum standards for a procedure that could be effective. And upon this minimum standard, then different type of track could be developed based on the different needs of different communities.
To develop a framework, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I could give also the example of, I want to put in the chat of a project that is called Digital Archive. So in a second, we put it in the chat. In that project, the way that was kind of used to boost engagement with the community and to enable the digitization process to be more respectful was to develop ethical guidelines together with the community. In this case was again the Sami community. And basically the Digital Archive was a project that digitized and put online different pieces of Sami heritage. But what you see there is that for each piece of heritage, when you click on the picture, it appears ethical guidelines. First of all, it tells what does that mean? What does this piece of heritage tell you from the Sami community perspective? And then it gives ethical guidelines in terms of how should you use it in a proper way. What kind of sharing are you or let's say you should do, or what you should actually not do. Of course, ethical guidelines, they are not hardcore law, so they are not enforceable. Still, we believe that it's a good way to educate people towards a more ethical type of behavior.
Thank you, Rosa. So please feel free if you have comments or questions for Rosa or Christina to put them in the chat. And I would like to invite Constantina Kutiara now to present to us the Reevaluate project. Christina, welcome. Oh, sorry, not Christina, Constantina.
Yes.
Apologies.
No,
Welcome.
don't worry. Thank you very much. Nice meeting everyone. Thank you very much, Sabine, for the very kind introduction. And also would like to thank the team from the DigiShare project. We are sister projects and we have already, initiated, let's say, a set of courses for collaboration. And especially Alexandra, with whom we have been discussing the past days. And I would like to thank you once again for this invitation. The event so far has been great, and I have been watching it. So I was asked to present in brief, to present a very short presentation of the Reevaluate project. Again, I greet everyone from we are taking the lead in dissemination, communication, exploitation activities and relevant work package within Reevaluate project. Let me just also request the control so I can change the search screen. Okay, yes, so it's working. Thank you very much for the approval. So just in short, a few details for the Reevaluate project. The full title of it is a framework for safe, open, collaborative, and inclusive digitization and management of cultural heritage. It started a few months ago, let's say in the beginning of 2024, and it would last 36 months. You can see just a few details on the budget, and the coordinator is the Center for Research and Technology in Greece, in Thessaloniki. So here we have a map covering the whole Reevaluate consortium. As you are able to see, we are 16 participants from 7 different countries. We have research institutions. Of course, we have legal partners as well, different SMEs for different roles within the project, let's say. But also we have the European Fashions Heritage Association. We have Fondazione Aquileia, the MOMU, the Museum of Antwerp, and also the SMB, the Cultural Museum in Berlin. This will serve as our pilot cases, and that's why I'm mentioning them already. So only a few words on the rationale of the project. So when the project was designed and written, the idea was to face a specific current status of the cultural heritage sector and its challenges. So what we had already identified is that the cultural sector has been facing lately the increasing pressure to digitize collections in order to allow for a wider access and a wider reuse, to strengthen the public engagement with the cultural heritage sector, to increase the relevance to more, let's say, to newer and contemporary audiences, and to also improve the preservation of the cultural heritage materials. Along with this current status come specific challenges that need to be also addressed as much as possible. And that's these are 6 bullets we have listed here on the right. For example, the lack of a comprehensive digitization framework that can properly prioritize and manage the digitized cultural heritage artifacts. Additionally, we have the inadequate contextualization of the digitized artifacts, which will lead to a loss of the meaning and understanding of the objects. The third point is the digitization that can create new ownership. So there is a new need to investigate the integrity and the risks that come with this process. Sometimes cultural heritage objects might be used in a way that is considered disrespectful or insensitive to their cultural origins. There is the long-term accessibility and integrity consequently requires digital knowledge and expertise in a specialized manner to address this. And at the end of it, sometimes the digitization process can be time-consuming and can be a costly process that will require specific significant funding. So to this, here is in overall as a scheme what the Reevaluate project ambition stands for. Not a scheme made by me, just to make sure that we have included everything here. The main point is that the life cycle of a digitized artifact contains a number of different phases, and the most important ones are the artifact selection, the artifact digitization, the storage, the proper contextualization, and then the end is where we have the proper reuse. So the overall vision of the Reevaluate project is to frame each step of this life cycle of cultural heritage artifacts in order to promote a more inclusive and a more effective management of this whole process, from physical artifact to a digitized one. So within the project, there are multiple tools that are envisioned and are currently have been actually started to be developed in order to empower and automate this process as much as possible. These tools will be based on the real needs of the relevant stakeholders. We had, for these first months of the project, we had conducted many interviews with all relevant stakeholders in order to gather feedback and make sure that we have a proper mapping, let's say, of the needs. So this set the basis. Let's say that this first 9 months set the basis for the process and the development of the Reevaluate and Vision tools. So we would say the vision and the ambition is that the Reevaluate project will create and will give a set of tools, a specific framework with independent and interoperable pieces, the different tools that we envision, that will allow the institutions, the cultural heritage institutions, to manage, to take care and manage parts or the whole digitization process of their artifacts. Overall, we have 3 pilot cases around Europe. The domains that are covered, of course, involve cultural heritage, but also the virtual tourism, the game industry, the textile industry, and also advertising. And we have listed them here in order to mention them as well. We have the first pilot, which is called what we named the Fashion Time Machine, which will revolve around reusing digitized cultural heritage artifacts in order to create a fashion-themed mobile game. We have the second pilot from Museums to Screens, and the idea is to leverage digitized cultural heritage artifacts for creative and sustainable advertising. And our last pilot is called From Public Sensing to Virtual Tours, the case of Aquileia. Aquileia is an ancient Roman city in the northern of Italy. And this, I believe, at least it will be also a very interesting pilot because the idea is to give the people, the communities of Aquileia, to the tools to choose from specific artifacts, let's say, of the city, prioritize and help them get, let's say, something like a virtual tour of the city. Here is just the interconnection of the different work packages we have. Of course, we do have the 2 horizontal ones, project management and dissemination, but we have 4 main work packages that cover the core technical aspects of the Reevaluate project. And in my last slide, I have listed all our social media channels. We have the project email, we have the project website. Feel free to join us and go visit the links. And of course, some specific, let's say, significant contact details in case someone would like to contact us and initiate discussions, from the project coordinator, the technical manager, and of course from my team and our team from Hypertech regarding communication and dissemination. I hope this wasn't too tiring. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for giving me the chance to present here. And I'm getting back to Sabine or Alexandra, I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Konstantina. Thank you for this. I actually have a couple of questions that Rosa, Christina, and Konstantina, we would love your feedback on. The first one is to ask, what is a good balance between protection and access? So how can we make sure that we use the opportunities to make minority heritage visible while remaining respectful?
I think this is I might start if you allow, and then others will join. I think it's not so easy answer, right, to your question. And if it was an easy answer, or if we would have a straightforward answer, a correct answer to this question, probably there wouldn't be a Horizon-funded project on the topic, right? So this is really a huge dilemma, and but the path to find the answer to this question, or the journey how we have to get there, is discussion, a dialogue, at least from our perspective, how we see the situation now. Because well, Rosa, when doing the presentation, and we were discussing quite a lot during those several months when we are working with, is that a question is who has one of the questions that we have to ask ourselves is who has the last word, if we can say this way, how the cultural heritage, artifacts, or traditions, or songs, music, or any other types of other types of cultural heritage can be presented, and how represented, and what it represents to other people. So who has the last call on the decision? Also a question is, if we want to make it very open, a question, what do all the groups in the stakeholders ecosystem want to make it really open, and how they want to be seen, and how everyone wants to be understood around. Because we know that communication, especially in the digital channels, it's so quickly spreading thing, right? So that, and it's so much that we cannot control the feedback. So we have to be really very conscious about at the beginning of the communication process, and because then we cannot see if there is anything going wrong, we cannot change anything. So I think that still coming back to my first word that I was saying, it's a dialogue. Then it's only dialogue, and it's only a very equal dialogue on the very equal power balance based. Only this can help us to show respect to each other. And I don't say now who shows respect to whom, right? Because it's a two-way discussion, always discussion actually. And only this way we can show that respect. Only this way we can be proud of the way how we represent and contribute to each other as being more widely seen in the way that people want them to see. So that's part of the way we are dealing with in our project.
Thank you so much, Christina. I have two follow-up questions. The first one is to ask if there is a need for more remixing and reusing of cultural heritage within the minority communities themselves. Is this something that you feel should be encouraged?
The need of the reuse, you mean, right? You know, this is also one of the questions that we have to decide together. And mostly, of course, it's not a if, but it's more a question is how and to what extent. and through what channels, because communication theory says that the channel itself is already a message that we spread around, right? So a channel is also very, very important. The need, I would, on itself, we would say yes, the reuse is really important, and also the showing people what's important to them. It's to the cultural groups is very important, but also we have to be very careful with this our it's again right. It's this kind of a way that we know better. And someone knows better. It's when I say we, right? I just take the majority group opinion right now. But someone knows better because they know better how they want to be seen, and it doesn't mean that all of us wouldn't learn. And of course, the whole Europe would be a lot enriched through opening up and through reusing and through showing different things, but also keeping an eye on the fact that this is something that many people say that it has to be reused. It's not, it is someone's really very much in-depth identity from very, very deep in their hearts, right? From generation to generation, ages to ages. So this is what we want to show to the people, and we have to make this certain, create a certain secure environment to do so, which we are not so much careful when we talk about the other cultural heritage, and maybe we don't have to. So this is a bit of a more sensitive issue that we have to take care. And this is again should be and can be developed through engagement in equal power balance. So that's, I think, what's one of the important things that we are working with.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to quickly double check if we have a few other questions that have come in. I wanted to check if we have a little bit of time. Another question talks about the frameworks that your projects work on, and we wanted to know what is needed for those frameworks to be implemented or used widely.
Very good question. Let's really, during the project, from the very beginning of the project, we realized several things. That one general framework is not a help and a receipt to all the situations. So at least, and that's what we are aiming at now, is that we are going to have 3 different types of let's say, users groups of our framework, as there are so different needs and interests from different levels of decision makers, first of all. So first of all, of course, it's the Horizon project. So we, of course, will be heading to the EU policymakers, that's for sure, right, as we have to. And this is the EU level readers from the EU level policymakers who would read and would have to use the recommendation, which is on the European strategic European cohesion, European identity issues, and this is one thing. Another level, which really is still on the same red line, with the same minority cultural heritage, with the same minority engagement issues, with the same keeping the balance for the power, and still achieving results in time, we shouldn't forget the fact that dialogue cannot last forever, right? It has to come with a result. And it cannot cost more than certain resources, right? So the second level would be the national legislation, national decision makers who really are quite close to those communities, and they still they have the like summer parliament as well in Finland, and there are different other ways how public policy decision makers, public authorities, the decisions are made, and this is where we are going to end. And then to keep the balance, we hope it would help. We are preparing the integrated but separate framework for the cultural heritage institutions themselves, for the cultural groups for themselves, how they should deal and how they should go through the learning process, how to be engaged, how to participate in the decision makers so that they would be heard, and how to make their decisions for their institutions, for the reuse and management of their own cultural heritage, so that they could also feel as they are on the same power level in the discussions and the dialogue with the public policy, with the EU policy, or with the Disney if needed. So first thing, what we realized, coming back to the initial question, first thing what we realized that the readers and users of our guidelines are have so different interests, and they have so different levels of necessity of how to use the tools that we are preparing during the project, that we are planning to come with 3 different types of guidelines or parts of the framework, which would be easy to read, understand, and use for any of those 3 different levels of the readers.
Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you. We have time for one more question, and this one is specifically for Reevaluate. So, Konstantina, this is for you. We wanted to ask you how, if you want to work towards more open and inclusive cultural heritage selection and access, and you're using AI tools for search, retrieval, and enrichment, how are you thinking of handling the risk of those AI tools themselves being biased as a result of their training or input data? Would you, for example, think about creating your own training data sets, or how do you see this particular angle?
Thank you very much for the question. Hopefully it would be nicer if I had someone also from our technical meet to answer this, but I will try my best to address this. Directly to the core of it, the idea is that yes, AI as a tool is envisioned to take part within this process in terms of contextualization as well, in terms of the contextualization of the artifacts. So far, it is envisioned to be trained and not to necessarily create something totally autonomous, let's say. Additionally, within this framework, we envisioned specific professionals and curators to also give their feedback. So let's say we do have 2 pillars on this. It is not necessarily a pure technical core, but also we will have the professionals to filter, let's say, this as well as in parallel processes. Hopefully this will address potential risks and will set the basis for a more proper way also of using the so famous and hot, let's say, topics and tools with artificial intelligence. That's in short. Of course, if someone wants to, yes, because I don't want to say something, that will sound completely off the topic. So basically, again, if someone wants to, let's say, have a deeper discussion on this, we do have a technical officer, technical manager for this. But please bear in mind that people and a human-centered approach within Reevaluate is also a core. And although it seems a little more technical than other projects, again, people and curators and professionals and also legal representatives are also at the core of our team as well, to make sure that things will turn out safe, actually, and proper.
Thank you so much, Constantine. You brought us to, your wonderful answer brought us to 3:30 exactly. So we will be closing on your reply. Thank you so much. It has been my pleasure to lead you through this, through day 3 of Heritage Horizons Week, our Europeana Project Week. I wanted to thank all of our wonderful speakers. I will go in order. Well, thank you to Valentina Bacchi, Antonella Fraser, David Iglesias Franch, Alexandru Stan, Marco Medici, Stephen Stahers, Ivan Milovanov, Rosa Ballardini, Christina Kovaite, and Constantina Gutierrez. Thank you to them for presenting us with those inspiring examples, possibilities of reuse, and wonderful ambitions from these projects, Eureka 3D and Eureka 3D XR, 5D Culture, XR Culture, Watching Videos Like a Historian, DigiCare, and Reevaluate. Thank you to all of you who shared this day with us. I really hope that you are feeling inspired to connect with each other. I know this has already happened, which is wonderful to see. And I hope you will feel inspired to continue reusing cultural heritage, and that you will let us know about your reuse projects. We have a slide for you where you can scan a QR code and fill out a form to tell us about a specific project you would like us to know about. I also wanted to remind you that there are 2 days left for Project Week. This is only Wednesday, and we still have Thursday and Friday, both packed with exciting programs. Tomorrow's theme is on AI, and on Friday, we will be talking about the social, green, and digital transformation in the cultural sector, focusing specifically on synergies with other large data initiatives. I haven't run out of people to thank. I wanted to also thank all of my colleagues at Europeana who helped coordinate the day and made it an enjoyable and well-organized experience. Finally, one more quick reminder is to fill out our survey. If you could kindly do this to share your thoughts with us and help us improve. I am now going to leave you in the very capable hands of my colleague, Adrian Murphy, who has prepared a pub quiz for all of us. So thank you again, and we hope to see you soon.